Right, a very good afternoon from the Utilita Bowl, where after a very long wait here on day 3, Hampshire against Essex in this Division 1 County Championship match, we are finally going to get some play in just under 5 minutes' time. And it looks very much as though Essex will resume their first innings on 404 for 8. We have lost, we reckon, a total of 148 overs in this game so far, because there was no play at all on day 1. And assuming we get the whole 36 overs in between now and the close of play on this day 3, then there will be those 36 plus a further 96 tomorrow, in which either side to try and force a result. Is there enough time? We'll debate that, of course. Now, your commentary team today. A little later you'll hear from the former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green, but right now it's myself, Kevin Jones, and from BBC Essex it is David Brett. David, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kevin. How are you?
Yes, very well. It's been a long while, isn't it? And we've sat around and we've watched it rain.
Yeah, it got a bit heavy this morning, didn't it? At one point, it was around about lunchtime, it was about 12:30, 12:45. It absolutely tipped it down, and I was fearing at one point the whole day would be called off. But it looks like we should just about get the 36 overs in. Although at the moment there's a big cloud over the ground, but behind that is lots of blue sky. Yes,
which is good news. We managed to survive one very quick shower about 15 minutes ago. But we've got through that, and the scheduled 4:15 time has held. So Essex now, what about this? Essex 404 for 8. They batted for 104 overs yesterday, an extended day yesterday because of all the time that was lost on day 1. Some great Essex batting, it has to be said. But what about them carrying on now?
Yeah, I don't get it myself. Maybe they're going for the extra bonus point, but surely the win is far more important than one more extra bonus point. They've got to score quickly, I would suggest. Maybe they just want to see how the pitch is playing. I have no idea. It baffles me a little bit, but they know what they're doing, and you've got to put the trust in them. They're the professionals.
Yeah, talking to one or two people in the Essex camp, in the Hampshire camp last night, interview with A.D. Bill, the head coach, which is on the Hampshire Cricket website right now, and also on the Hampshire Cricket App, and also a part of that on the @Sun Sport Twitter feed, just explaining the reason for putting Essex in yesterday. They felt the pitch might have done a bit more than it did. And I have to say, Dean Elgar, superb with his 100 up top. Him and Tom Wesley really did lay a foundation. Wesley made 64. They put on 144 for the second wicket, and that actually maybe disguised the fact that the wicket was doing a little bit, according to A.D. Burrell. And Mo Abbas, I spoke to literally half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, who was up on the camera gantry, saying he thought it was a really good cricket wicket. But when Jordan Cox had also made 100, and when Elgar were batting, the wicket looked pretty flat.
Yeah, it was a decent effort from Essex yesterday. Players are just about to come back out on the pitch. Umpires are making their way out to the middle as well. As I said, under cloudy skies. Be interested to see how Essex go about this. From up here, not entirely sure what the plan is, but that will unfold over the next 5-6 overs.
Yeah, well, I suppose in the short term, there's another 46 runs to be had for another bonus point, but Hampshire would only need to take one more for another bonus point, but then there are only another 6 overs in which to do that. So I think Essex are probably saying, do you know what, we'll bat once, and that is it, even if we only get another 20, and we will try and bowl you, Hampshire, out twice, because as has been mentioned, during the course of yesterday. But these sides, one of these sides needs to win, don't they, David, really? Because, you know, with Surrey being reasonably well ahead and only 5 matches left, including this, one of these two sides needs to get a little closer.
Yeah, Essex have got Surrey at home as well towards the end of the season, so yeah, they can't afford not to win this game, I don't think. I mean, Surrey are so strong as well. It doesn't look like they're going to lose many more games, if any at all, so Essex have just got to get on with this and try and win it. Have Hampshire got Surrey again before the end of the season?
No, we've played them twice. We lost up at the Oval, but the surprise result of this season probably is that we not only beat them here, but actually beat them quite well. So surprise results might help Essex between now and the end. You might need other teams just to help you out a little bit. Essex start this round of fixtures in 3rd and Hampshire in 4th, so you can see why it's quite important that they get a little closer. Surrey, I'm just trying to find the live table. The picture before the start of these games was Surrey had 157, Somerset 134, Essex 128, Hampshire 120. So you can see why with as we're towards the back end. Although, of course, with 5 rounds to go, it actually is a little bit more than a quarter of the season left, third of the season left. So 3rd of the season. It is dark out there, it has to be said, and the lights are not on yet, but I don't think that will take too long before they are. And Mo Abbas will get proceedings underway.
That cloud's just got a long tail, hasn't it? I mean, there is so much blue sky beyond it, but the cloud above us at the moment has got this almost like a dragon's tail.
It does. So it could be that we're playing this sort of light for however long, and then once the cloud goes, we're fine, because there's not a cloud in sight away to the west.
Plane takes off as well, lovely.
Yeah, there we are, Eastleigh Airport to our right. So Mo Abbas then, to finally get day 3 underway, bowling to Shane Snater, who leaves that one alone. Harmless ball outside of off stump. So we are finally underway. Just a reminder, 36 overs left in the play today. When you look at things at the moment, you say 36 overs, really? But maybe in half an hour's time, the whole picture will look different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not too many people in the ground, as you would expect. I did get a message actually from somebody who arrived and said, is there really any play? Because there's nobody in the car park. There's nobody hardly inside the ground, let alone the car park. Abbas runs away from us. There are 2 slips waiting. Bowles and Snater, I think he's playing inside the line. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, there were a few diehards coming in the gates when I turned up about 10 o'clock this morning, but they went straight, I think, for their tea and coffees rather than the stands. And then at lunch, as we were just popping across to get our food, I did notice a couple of fellas. In fact, I think they're still over there, just in the left-hand corner of the stand. There's a guy in a red shirt just at the back. They were sitting out there, but again, as that heavy rain came in, they retreated inside.
Yeah, they've been joined by a few others, but only a few. Here's Abbas. The lights are coming on now. It's on the line of leg stump. Hopeful LBW, I think. Abbas, who was on a hat-trick yesterday. It was quite interesting. There was a tale. It was a tale of 2 balls, really, for want of a better phrase. In that the first ball, Essex scored 298 for 2, but when the second new ball came along, 6 wickets fell for a further 102 runs. And again, Adi Birrell sort of talking last night, he felt that the second new ball was probably about right for this pitch, so it just shows you how well Essex batted up top yesterday. Here's Abbas, bowls, Snater drives in the air, safe, over mid-off. Now that's holding a bit in the outfield, but I think it's going to go over the rope, and it does, and that will make that ball very, very wet.
Yeah, nice strike by Snater down the pitch. Full face of the bat, through the shot. As you said, safe shot as well. It was wide of the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah. So it very much feels as though Essex are saying, right, we will bat once, even if we don't get another bonus point, which they'll have to bat really well to do that, then they're going to eke out as many runs as they can and then say, here, Hampshire, we will bowl you out twice. Take 20 wickets.
Lights are on. Lights are on.
Yeah, they are. Doesn't seem to have made much difference at the moment. Here's Abbas, comes into Snater. Snater leaves alone outside the off stump. He's on to 20 not out now, and Hampshire, Essex 40848.
Well, even if nothing happens for the rest of the day, it's an interesting talking point to have a word with the Essex camp at the end of the day as to why they decided to bat on rather than declare.
Yeah. I suppose time is starting to run out. As I say, 148 overs lost in the game, assuming we get all 36 in, which is A lot of overs. So we've lost. So we get 36 in today. We've lost, what, 60 in total today. Here's Abbas bowls. Snater just plays that late and behind square on the offside where there's a gap.
Am I right? Am I right in saying you don't make up any overs on the final day?
No.
No. So it'd just be 96 and then.
Yep. Assuming, of course, if Essex try and run between overs and try and make it more. Oh, the umpire's having a chat. This must be something new, because you think they'd have enough time today to chat about anything they liked. This must be about light.
Yeah.
Still chatting.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, hello. There's the square leg umpire going.
Oh, they're going to look at... Oh, no, they're okay. No, they're all right with it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thought they were just walking over to
Yeah.
both sets of players to have a word. Got to go off. The problem they've got is, as we're saying, it's that long tail of that dark cloud but all around it is blue sky.
Yeah, it's going to be lovely in about an hour.
There's no breeze, is there? That cloud's not really moving particularly fast.
No. Might be less than an hour, actually. Yeah, I think maybe half hour, maybe even less. But it will be lovely. It'll actually be a lovely end to the day.
Yeah, very nice. Looking forward to my night out down the harbour.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Found a nice little bar that serves up some nice beers and a curry.
Okay.
Just round the corner from the hotel. Abbott coming in from the pavilion end. Right arm over to the right-handed Snater, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. Short mid off fields.
Is this on Town Quay?
It's West Quay or
Well, West Quay's not actually on the
harbour.
On the harbour. There's Town Quay and there's oh gosh, well, it's around the area. Yeah, the harbour area. Well, I mustn't mention by name, obviously, but there are several places which will be you'll be good down there.
Yeah, lovely. Here comes Abbott again, running in past the umpire, bowls to Snater, who clips that off his pads. Almost got through, but thick inside edge of the bat to short mid wicket, and there's no run. Essex 109 for 8.
Effectively in the 106th over.
Yeah, smattering of supporters around. There's I don't know, probably about 10 up in the upper echelons of the pavilion, and a few others dotted around the rest of the ground. I can see one lady on the balcony of a hotel room as this next delivery just turned down towards mid-on. So Essex not really looking a rush at this moment in time. Just the one shot in anger so far from Snater that brought the 4 down the pitch. 409 for 8. In fact, there's 2 or 3 people in their hotel balconies.
There's even an Essex flag draped over the balcony.
Yeah.
Eh? That must make you feel at home.
Oh yeah, warms the heart. I came down here many years ago for an England one-day international and booked a hotel room.
Did you?
It's a wonderful way to watch cricket. It wasn't that expensive either. As Abbott bowls a big swing from Snater, big thick inside edge, and that man at short mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. Yeah, bearing in mind probably I don't know what they were charging for a ticket, because I didn't buy a ticket for the game. It was all included in the hotel room, so I thought it was a pretty decent. Decent experience as well.
Yeah, you've done well there.
Yeah, I doubt these days you can get rooms for love nor money when the internationals are on.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried it. But yeah, you've done well there. You're in an exclusive club.
Yeah. I've got to admit, I have looked at test matches in the past, and it just as soon as they're announced, they go. You got an Ashes test down here, haven't you?
27.
27, yeah. Abbott in, and he bowls to Snater. Oh, that's a beauty. Just nipped away. Snater played at it, or certainly down the line of off stump. And it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Lovely delivery from Abbott.
Yeah, 2 wickets so far in this innings. 2 for 46 he has into his 19th over. Fairly scattered field, but it looks like it's coming in now for this last delivery. They want to have a go at Sam Cook at the other end, or try to. Hey, that blue sky is starting to show itself a little more.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit lighter out there. Abbott in again, bowls. Snater. Oh, he's beaten all ends up there. I think he's cut in half. I don't know if he got inside the line or it went straight through him. But he goes through to the wicketkeeper, no edge, and it's the end of the over. A maiden for Hampshire. Essex 409 for 8. Yeah, straight through him, wasn't it?
Yeah, almost over the top of the stumps. Just showing that there is still some life out there, and it will be tricky for Hampshire. There's no doubt about it.
Also, with all the amount of time that we had available this one, I took a couple of walks around the golf course. Wonderful golf. Well, it looks like a wonderful golf course. Watched a couple of groups tee off, put them under a bit of pressure. But I've got to admit they handled it really well, because I don't know what hole it was. It may have been 70. It was coming back in towards the hotel. It was a par 3 over some water.
Oh, that would be the 18th.
Oh, is that the 18th? They finished at par 3. Okay,
yeah.
All right. Yeah,
the green is just other side of the water.
Yeah, that's the one.
And the tee off by the golf net. Yeah, that's the last. Here's a bass in the sunshine. The sunshine is out, everybody. As Cook is forward, pushes her up to middle.
So 3 of them playing. 2 of them, I think, pitched the balls within maybe 10 foot of the hole. Absolute beauty.
Wow.
The other one just didn't manage to get it on the green, but didn't go in the water either. So.
Yeah. It's a fairly big green. I mean, it wouldn't surprise you to learn that I've gone in the water more than I have on the green. I think I might have hit about, I don't know, a dozen times off that tee-shirt. Here's a bass. Comes in again, bowling to Sam Cook. And Cook works it away square on the leg side. There'll be runs here. James Fuller's after it. Sun hat comes off as he slides into the ball, but the ball actually beats him, and then there's a slight fumble. John Turner coming round from fine leg, but 2 runs it is. I think it was always going to be 2. And Cook moves on to 12, and Essex move from 404 for 8 to 411 for 8. I'm just wondering, there's another thing I'm wondering about this game. Do you think Essex have said, you know what, we'll give Hampshire 20 overs tonight, and then we'll take it from there? I don't know. It's just a thought, because there are 33 and a bit overs left. Edge, and it's gone between first and third slip. Not sure it carried, but it was exactly between the 2 fielders. And it's gone up at the top end of the ground, and again that ball will get very wet as it rolls along the outfield. 415 for 8.
Interesting, didn't have an extra slip in there. Bear in mind how many times the bat's been beaten so far this evening.
True.
This afternoon. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. Have you got a Twitter handle or an email?
Silentcricket at gmail.com, but happy to use whatever people find easiest.
Yeah. Again, I don't get the logic myself, but we'll ask the team after day's play.
The bass comes in. He's into his 25th over here. Player misses. Maybe Cook's hold the line inside the line of the ball. Yeah, Mo was up here. I mentioned earlier about. He was up here. He said, "Oh, it was a long day yesterday. Long day in the field yesterday. 106 overs. We were here till after 7 o'clock. 7:05, I think we've eventually wrapped things up."
Might be similar tonight, depending on how quickly they get through the overs.
Very true, yes. We've done our commentary rotor up until very close to 7 o'clock, expecting to be that far. And the light is improving all the time, so we should be all right. Now, there's a drive, but an inside edge, or quite a thick inside edge there as the ball goes out to square leg. And again, James Fuller dives, and this time he does actually get the ball, but they'll come through for 3. Not quite where Cook was aiming it, but it was still a decent strike anyway. And Essex move on to 418 for 8.
He started that slide quite a long way away from the ball, didn't he?
It's the perfect conditions if you want to slide.
Yeah.
Actually, he looks remarkably clean as well, actually, having slid along this outfield twice. These outfields do drain very quickly. All the first-class counties over the last, decade or 2 have all had a lot of money spent on their outfields. Here comes a bass down the wicket and smacked over mid-on, and that is it 6? I can't quite see. Yes, it is. My word. He tried to smack that as hard as he could, and well, I guess he could have gone a little further, but it was still a fair whack. And 424 for 8 at the end of that over.
Yeah, it was a big old hit. Bash, that one, wasn't it? It was coming straight towards us as well.
Yeah. That would have to be right out of the middle of the bat, wouldn't it, to even worry us, because this is a long way away where we are. I don't think, in all the years that I've been up on this gantry, I don't think anything's come even close to here. So I don't think we need to worry. But when you see the ball in the air, you always think, just keep my eye on it.
And for the listeners at home, I mean, the gantry's completely open as well, so if a ball's going to come up this way, it's coming straight in. There's nothing protecting us.
No. I've had another chat. I'm not sure what that's about.
I think I'm just checking the ball.
Ah, yes, because it went off the field of play, of course.
So, Abbott going to continue from the pavilion end. Just darkened up a little bit again, but as we keep saying, there is plenty of blue sky about. It's just the tail end of that cloud that's hovering over the ground. Abbott, right arm over to the right-handed Cook, who wafts outside the off stump and doesn't get any bat on ball. Goes through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
There's a little bit in there. I think when the Hampshire openers come to bat, whenever that will be, they will get tested. Porter and Cook. Probably about as good an opening partnership in county cricket as you're going to get.
Yeah, they've been pretty decent over the last, 4, 5, 6 years. Cook's come on leaps and bounds. Got injured at just the wrong time of the season this year for his England chances. Abbott in again, bowls and on his toes. Cook drives, but no timing, and short cover fields, and there's no run. 424 for 8, Essex. What are we? 107.2. So need another 26 runs in. How many deliveries is that? 12, 16 deliveries to get that extra bonus point. Then we will see exactly what Essex's plan is. Get to 110 overs. See whether they declare or not. Put on 20 runs so far in 3.2 overs as Abbott comes in. Cook steps across, pushes the ball out into the offside, and they'll take a quick single. See if Snater tries to go after Abbott here. Abbott with his hands on hips, he's not happy with his fielders there. He doesn't think a run should have come off that delivery. 1 to the total, 425 for 8. There's a bit of a breeze picking up. Asked, text Nick Gledhill yesterday, I said, is it shorts and t-shirt weather on the gantry? He said, yeah, no problem. The breeze is warm. Thankfully, I didn't listen to him, and I've worn a jumper, t-shirt and jeans today.
You get all 4 seasons up here.
Yeah, it's very true. We were talking when I arrived. I think the last time I commentated with you here was that day that Peter Siddle was wearing a beanie running into bowl. It was so cold. Good grief, that was cold. Abbott chugging in up to the stumps. Bowls, and that's left alone by Snater. Through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. 2 balls left in the over.
Good carry.
Yeah.
Nice kiss off the surface. I mean, Elgar Wesley yesterday was superb up top, and then Jordan Cox sort of was the icing on the cake, really, to set Essex up. I just don't think Hampshire are going to find it as easy.
Abbott turns again, moving in up to the stumps, bowls, and Snater steps away, slaps the ball down the ground, but doesn't quite get it where he wanted it to go, and it goes all the way up towards the man at mid-off, and it's just a single. So Snater's trying to go after this. 426 for 8, so Essex require 24 for the extra bonus point, and 2 overs and 1 ball to get it in. Clearly, Snater's decided he's got to go.
Yeah, hasn't he?
I think the conversation is here. Whatever you do, just try and get a single. If you can't, man coming in from the third man boundaries, coming in for a second slip, but fielders just shifting around, so they're opening up the offside in front of the square for Cook to try and drive through. But they're also got a boundary saver both on the leg side, long leg, and at third man. Abbott in as Cook tries to. What's he done with that? He's hooked that straight up in the air. Where's that gone? Straight behind the wicket-keeper, down towards the man at long on. They're coming back for a second run, and they do get it, but Cook was all over the place there. I reckon he was at least midway on the second cut strip, away to his right-hand side as he tried to loft that ball over the wicket-keeper, trying to scoop shot. I'm not sure how much of a bat he got on it, but it's got it over the keeper and away for a couple of runs. 4:28 for 8. Messy cricket.
He deserves a medal for getting it where he got. Shall we have a quick change? Gemma's in. Dave's going to take a quick break. But how on earth did that go over the keeper's head? That is... I've seen some ramp shots. I've seen some scoop shots, Gemma. But I'm not sure I've ever seen... Yeah, that's a different league, really. Yeah, shovel with holes in. 4:28 for 8, but it brought 2 runs, and that's the name of the game here for Essex. And the light is improving all the time. The blue sky is slowly but surely covering the most of the air above us, and wow, the rain of this morning and this afternoon seems a million miles away already. Here's Abbas with the field, apart from first slip, scattered. Comes in and bowls. Down the wicket comes Snater, hoiks it away, doesn't really get hold of it, but he's called through by Sam Cook. I think that's off the bottom of the bat as it trickled out towards gully.
Well, I can't lie, Kev. I'm mildly baffled by this. I was sat in the rain break, as a few of us were, in the atrium, which with that iconic canopy soft cover, which makes the rain probably sound a lot worse than it is. But I thought there's no chance of play today. That was my outlook at lunchtime, and I thought Essex have got a tall order bowling Hampshire out twice tomorrow, and then they were given the gift of time, like an extra session.
Yes, it is, isn't it? 36 overs. Abbas bowls, and Cook tries to swing away on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of it. The ball goes out towards mid-on.
So yeah, I was expecting a declaration, thinking, Hampshire are not realistically looking to win this game from what time's left, and they've come out and decided to continue with their tail enders in sort of cloudy conditions. It's only getting better now.
It is.
But
full sun now. Richard Martin has messaged us. Come to that in a moment as Abbas runs away from us. And bowls to Cook. Cook works that just wide of mid-on where Abbott fields, and Cook will move on to 23 with that single, 430 for 8. Now Richard says, maybe if Essex declared before the start of today's play, it would be showing a sign of desperation. Any thoughts on that? Also, it's odd to hear an Essex fan, as an Essex fan, the opposition wanted to bowl at Cook. That's right, that's probably something you wouldn't have heard for a long time when Sir Alistair was at the top of the Essex order. But this is, of course, a different Cook.
Call him Little Chef, don't they?
Yes, they do.
I think.
Full delivery has gone through Snater, down the leg side, but it's actually gone just on the offside of his toes, angled in by Mo Abbas. So Snater is 29 from 32, Cook is 23 from 26, and Essex, in the near 20 minutes that we've had, have added 26 to their total without loss.
How do you think that equates to if they had declared and picked up a wicket by now? 26 runs versus 1 wicket out of the 20 they need?
Well, Hampshire are desperate for 1 wicket, aren't they, for another bonus point? And they've got, 8 balls left in which to get it. Snater hoiks that over the top of slip. Top edge, down to third. He's certainly throwing the bat at it. He's not always coming out the middle of the bat, but he comes for 2. He's certainly doing a job. 434 for 8, and Snater moves on, or is it 432 for 8?
432.
432 for 8. Snater moves on to 31. 7 balls left for a bonus point for each side. Essex already have 4, Hampshire have 2. If there isn't going to be a result in this game, then of course the bonus points are important, along with the 8 points for the draw. But will it be enough for either of these sides to seriously challenge Surrey at the top?
Sorry to slip up.
It is.
It's what's called for.
Yes, it is. It's Abbas, as Snater works that down towards mid-on. Abbott picks it up cleanly, which means there is just a single, but maybe Snater's okay with that, because it means he keeps the strike. And after 109 overs, Essex are 433 for 8. Snater, I'm sure, will be looking for the 17. And Hampshire, with 6 balls left to get another bonus point.
Should be an interesting over. Batsmen just tying their shoelaces up at the minute as Hampshire fielders move round. Looks like Abbott is going to continue. He's got the ball in hand. So like Kev said, 17 off this over for a bonus point, another bonus point for Essex. 1 wicket for Hampshire. Abbott just given his hat to the umpire. We've still got that one slip in, Tom pressed. Other than that, the field fairly spread, as you'd imagine at this stage of the innings. Sun's beating down now.
It's great. This is perfect. This is perfect cricket weather now, and it will be like this. I mean, I'm no meteorologist or whatever it is you're called making these predictions, but I would say we've got no worries getting these 36 overs in tonight.
Doesn't look that way. So Abbott's at the top of his mark. Snater on strike, currently on 32. Abbott in. That's a length ball and he has a swipe outside the off stump. I guess you'd call that a cut, but it's playing mystery to the keeper. We're going to see some expansive shots. It's now 17 off 5 balls for a bonus point.
Snater is standing there aghast that Ian Blackwell, the umpire, hasn't called it a wide, but I think, if we're really being honest, Snater took a little half step to the leg side. So when he actually reached over to the offside to try and play that cut shot, he did look a long way away from the ball.
He did, and also it didn't look wide to me.
It was wide. It was wide.
It was wider off stump, but not a wide. It was wide, but not a wide.
Not in 4-day cricket.
No. So Abbott again, Santner ready, and comes in, and a fuller ball, and that's driven straight to the cover sweeper. So there'll just be one run there. I thought they were going to come back for 2. So it was hit firmly, but as we've got a fielder on most boundary edges at the minute, it's just a single.
Yeah, there's Nick Gubbins out there. I think that would have been suicidal for a second run. Stephen Clark has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon. He says, I've made it. Are we going to get all 36 overs in before bad light? I don't think bad light's going to be an issue for a very, very long time. I've decided not to walk too far and have forsaken my usual spot in the Shane Warne stand in favour of an easily sprintable spot just by the players' steps. He said, well, I think this is going to be lovely. We're going to get a tan between now and the end of play.
That is the climate of the gantry, though, isn't it? We do experience everything up here. So we've got Cook on strike now. They've brought in another slip. Toby Abbott comes in to join Prest as Abbott comes in over the wicket and bowls, and that's dropped. Hard drop. Tom Prest got some fingers to that first slip and just tipped it over, and it has gone for 4 runs. But thick edge there.
Well, he got a lot of hands on that.
He did. He slowed it down, but not.
I think you could put that down as more than half a chance, almost a chance. It was above his head. Yes, he had to jump, but he got a lot of hand on that.
He did.
And if you put that down as a chance, that's the 3rd one they've dropped in the slips in this innings.
So that 4 obviously keeps Cook on strike as Abbott's ready to come in again. And bowls a fuller ball, and there's a hoik by Cook, and play and miss straight through to the keeper. Just bounced over the stumps. Straight ball.
They've got 2 balls left, Hampshire, here to get 1 wicket for another bonus point. Essex need 12. So I think it's more likely that Hampshire will get a wicket. They'll be disappointed because there will be 6 overs completed if they don't get a wicket in these next 2 balls where they only needed 1 wicket.
So given that Essex and Hampshire are so close now, wouldn't it be a good idea to declare to stop Hampshire getting the bonus point?
Oh, they have.
Oh,
they have. Now look at that.
Oh.
Look at that, Gemma.
There you go.
Now that's interesting. They've obviously decided they can't get the bonus point.
Can't get it themselves.
They could have done mathematically 2 6s, but are they really going to do that? And in an effort, well, what they've done is they've stopped Hampshire effectively getting that 1 bonus point. They have 438 for 8 in 109.4 overs, or 29.4 with this second new ball. And Shane Snater has finished with 33 not out from 36, and Sam Cook with 27 not out from 28. Means that Essex have declared 438 for 8, and I'm looking at the overs minimum left in the day. It's already showing 30, so I'm guessing it's going to be about 28.
Yeah, take
have they
2
taken
off,
the
don't
2
they,
off?
for a change?
They haven't, yeah, have they? So, right, so we are going to have 28 overs left in the day, and believe me, it'll be a brave person to bet that we won't get all those 28 overs in, because the weather is gorgeous. There is hardly a cloud in the sky. All that horrible stuff has gone away to our left. It'll be no more, and the blue sky is as far as we can see, which admittedly in some parts of the ground isn't that far, but away to the west we can see quite a long way away, and there's hardly a cloud in the sky. So it's set fair for about 28 overs, which is about 2 hours worth of cricket here at the Utilita Bowl, where Essex have declared at 4:38 for 8. And I think we'll take a quick break, Gemma.
Okay.
And when we come back, it'll be Hampshire replying to that total.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl for this day 3 of the county championship between Hampshire and Essex. If you're just joining us, the sort of story of today is it was raining most of it. Finally got out to play at 4:15 p.m. when Essex chose to resume their innings on 404 for 8. They added another 34 from 34 balls and declared at a time when they decided the extra bonus point was out of reach for them and they wanted to deny Hampshire the opportunity to pick up another wicket to add to their bonus point tally. So they have declared on 438 for 8, leaving 28 overs played today plus a full day, fingers crossed, tomorrow to bowl Hampshire out twice for victory. Hampshire's first target will be to get to the 289 to avoid the follow-on, but sooner than that they need to navigate this first period. Alongside me I've got Dave Brett from Essex.
Hi Jem, how you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good to see the players back out there, raring to go. Essex players were just on the boundary edge for a good few minutes before even the umpires came down from their respective balconies.
Unbelievable change in climate, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's complete and utter opposite to what we had for the best part of pretty much all morning up until around about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Did I hear you say you went for a walk on the golf course?
I went for 2 walks on the golf course. Yeah, once we got word that the cricket was going to start at 4:15, I thought I'd take myself off for another hour. Yeah, so quite a pleasant walk. Watching a bit of golf as I go round. Jamie Porter's going to open the bowling for Essex. There are 4 slips in. As Porter's in now, bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Albert, and there's no run. Wind's just picking up as well, but it's beautiful sunshine. Glorious end to what's been a pretty miserable day.
It has, yeah. I don't know if you walk through the atrium, but it does beat down on there. And but fair play to the stalwarts here. Every county's got some that stay there come rain or shine.
Yep, they've done well. Here comes Porter in again, bowls just outside the off stump. Another easy leave from the batsman, and taken behind the stumps by Pepper. And there's no run. So Essex 438 for 8 in their first innings. And now, well, the ideal plan is obviously to bowl them out twice before they certainly bowl them out once before the follow-on, which I think we worked out as
289.
289 to avoid the follow-on. So I certainly want to do that and then have another crack at Hampshire at some point tomorrow. That's left alone outside the off stump. But at the moment, Jamie Porter's not really challenging the batsman, bowling far too wide and easy leaves for the batsman at this stage.
I was having a look at some bowling stats in the elongated rain delay we had, and Essex have got the most 4 wicket hauls plus this season. I know 5 wickets more the benchmark, but looking at 4 wicket haul plus, they've got 14 as a team. So that should stand them in good stead for their journey they've got for the next day or so.
Porter up to the stumps again, bowls, and again wide of off stump. Just not quite found his line just yet, Jamie Porter. And there's no run. It's been a decent Essex bowling line-up for a good few years now.
Yep. Porter, Cook and Harmer. There's not a lot better than Harmer at Chelmsford, is there? In terms of bowling to win a match.
No, he's been brilliant. Best part of a decade now. Here comes Porter in again. Bowls. That's better. Oh. That's gone straight through to the wicketkeeper, but it did entice the batsman into a drive. It's the first time he's properly beaten the outside edge of the bat, Jamie Porter. And Albert will be having a word with himself there as he goes to do a few shadow shots outside the leg stump. Lured into a drive. It's a breeze blowing right to left as we're facing the ground, so it'll help Jamie Porter maybe move the ball in towards the right-hander. So it's right arm over to the right-handed Albert, and that one's defended back down the pitch. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden to start with for Essex. Hampshire 0 for 0 after 1. Breeze has really picked up though since the clouds moved away.
As you can see, the flags waving over both the changing rooms. And by coming into the hotel end now, we're going to have Sam Cook to open the bowling from this end, the commentary end, the hotel end. And he'll be bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Again, we've gone with that Essex have gone with that 4 slips. Oh, there's some loud Essex fans amongst the locals there. Or a Sam Cook fan, if not an Essex fan. And Cook's in. Middleton on strike, 4 slips, and the first ball's left alone outside off stump.
Another easy lead for the batsman, that one.
Yeah, Hampshire aren't going to mind him bowling down that channel. Like we said in the last over, there was that one that forced Albert into a shot he probably didn't want to play, and that's what Essex need to be doing more of. But we're only 7 balls in, so we won't get too critical just yet.
Also had a little walk around this place today. Realise just the amount of amenities there are. There's a wellbeing centre up at the top of the hill over there, just behind the nursery pitch.
Porter in, bowls, and that's really wide of off stump, and probably close to a 1 day wide certainly, but no worries at all for Middleton leaving that. Sorry, wellbeing centre.
Yeah, just on the top of the hill over there as you walk towards the golf course. Obviously got all the restaurants in the ground as well. Kevin James telling me that they're planning on building another hotel on the ground, which will be interesting to see.
Yeah, one thing we are blessed here with is space. A lot of the older county grounds that are sort of in towns, in housing estates, Porter in, and that's a left end, that's a shoulder's arm, a bit closer to off stump that one, but again, just a lead through to the keeper. Yeah, we do have space here, so there's always sort of development and plans and possibilities. When you were saying about the wellbeing centre, when I came back from the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand where we have our lunch, I saw a contemplation room. So,
did you contemplate going into that room? Or?
I did, but I decided against it. I didn't have anything else to contemplate other than whether I should go into the room or not. So Porter, 4 slips, all hands on knees as he comes in, and that's straighter, and Middleton just pushes that back up to mid-on for no run. Straighter ball making him play for the first time this over.
Yeah, better delivery that one from Sam Cook. Just wondering if they're struggling with the strength of this wind. It's quite breezy out there. Maybe just playing a little bit of havoc in their run-up and delivery. Got a big mound of sawdust as well, just in front of where Porter starts his run-up from. Obviously, you've had a lot of rain here today. Could be a bit of patching up to do with the sawdust later on as he's in and he bowls, and again that's nice and straight, targeting that off stump and making Middleton play and push that out to the offside for no run. Nick Gledhill was right, that when the sun's out that breeze is quite warm. It's not certainly not as cold as it was about an hour ago. Beautiful end of the day, very bright. Sun comes straight into the commentary box, or the gantry area towards the end of the day. Might need to go and get my sunglasses from the car. It doesn't, as Kev was saying earlier, we were covering things up to stop them getting wet earlier as Cook's in, and again targeting that stump, well bowled and made to play and defend by Middleton. It's another maiden. No runs off the first 2 overs, yet we were covering things up for rain, and now we've got some towels protecting the technology from the sun. Crazy turnaround. So, minimum of 26 overs left in the day, and Hampshire yet to score. Essex declared 438 for 8. They did try to go after that extra bonus point before the 110 overs were up, but quite mean-spirited to declare, not giving Hampshire the chance of getting their extra bonus point for bowling. I like that, even as a Hampshire fan, I like that. Here comes Porter in from the pavilion end, bowls, and makes the batsman play. He defends down the pitch, actually out towards cover, and there's no run. 0 for 0 Hampshire in the third over of their innings.
Especially when we're side by side in the table. You know, Essex have a little buffer above Hampshire a minute in third and fourth place, but yeah, you don't want to be giving away those bonus points come the end of the season. You don't want to be ruining the time you allowed the opposition a bonus point.
Porter coming in again, right arm over to the right-handed Albert, who leaves that one outside the offside. It was a little bit closer this time. A bit of a nip back from Jamie Porter. Certainly interested the slips behind the stumps, and Albert just makes his way off to short leg again, just to have a little think. It certainly was a little bit closer. It was a good leave in the end from the batsman, perhaps left on length rather than line. Sun beaming down now, some shadows starting to stretch out onto the pitch as Porter bowls. That one's too wide of off stump, allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. Still the 4 slips in, backward point, a cover, a mid off, a short mid wicket, and a fine leg. Porter turning to come past the umpire again, bowls, and that makes the batsman play defensively, coming forward, propping on that front foot and defending back into the offside, and it's fielded by that man at cover, and there is no run.
So just looking at the slip cordon, we've got Elgar, Harmer, Critchley and Walter. It's almost in sort of high order, ascending from first to fourth slip.
Comes Porter again, that takes the edge, but it's along the ground. It's picked up by Walter on the bounce. There's no run, and Walter's worn one on the wrist there, I think. He's just giving it a rub. No sympathy from the players. Be quite sore, maybe a little bit dead for a few minutes as he rings that out.
Did well to get down to, as we say, he's the tallest of the slips. Well,
Yes.
the tallest of anyone.
It certainly is. Here comes Porter again. That one nips back on length. It's left by the batsman, and no runs scored again. So we have had 3 overs of the Hampshire innings and still no runs on the board. No wickets either. Essex will be desperate to nip 2, maybe 3 out tonight. At the moment, though, only really that player miss from Albert, and the edge all along the ground is closest we've got to a chance so far.
I thought that over looked a little bit more threatening, though, because we had a few, like you say, nip back in, including the one that looked like a good leave, but may have been a bit closer than Albert thought. So Sam Cook from the hotel end to Middleton. He's in and bowls the shortest ball, and he's played at that, and it's beaten the outside edge. I didn't see much movement there. I think he just played down the wrong line, but it's gone through to the keeper. Dot ball, but most importantly from Essex's point of view, making him play.
Yeah, good length from Cook. Squared up the batsman a little bit there. So looks like Essex's opening bowlers just started to find their line now.
As he's striding back to the top of his mark. He's up to the crease, bowls. Again, a good length ball, but this time a little bit wider outside off stump, so left alone by Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, frustrated, just eases the pressure a touch.
I am impressed with some noise we're hearing. As I say, obviously there was no one in the stands when it was raining. There's a few people have crept out now, and yeah, a bit of support there for the away team on this day 3. As Cook bustles in again, bowls, and this time it's a straighter ball on that off stump and pushed away to leg side by Middleton. So Cook is targeting the stumps a little bit more than Porter at the other end, but Porter is getting that movement.
I get why the supporters are sitting out the sun, because it's quite hot, but I don't quite fancy being in the shade either. A bit nippy with that wind breeze bustling around.
So Cook in again, 4 slips, crouched, and this one's left alone. A big shoulders arms by Fletcher. A tall ball just through to the keeper. Hampshire yet to score, coming to the end of this 4th over. The ball's thrown back to Porter. And the field is coming in ready as Cook's off again. Bowls. And again, a straight ball. And this time it's turned on the leg side just behind square, and they will pick up their first run. Fletcher Middleton picks up a run behind square. Hampshire off the mark. 1 ball to come in this over. So Cook to Albert for the first time this morning. I'm still in first session mode.
Yes.
Today.
Well, it is the first session of the day that we've seen playing anyway.
So he's just taken his guard. And we're going to have Cook to Toby Albert as he comes in, and a full ball, and he's pushed at that, played a forward defensive, and that's beaten the outside edge through to the keeper. After 4 overs, Hampshire are 1 without loss.
Looks like the length full from Cook swinging as well brought the batsman forward. Well, it's going to be difficult to force a result in this game, but one good piece of news for the chasing pack is that Surrey did fail to get the extra batter, last batting bonus point. So yeah, 1 up for Essex and Somerset and Hampshire, all in the chasing pack, but they are well ahead in that game. Lancashire 4-0 in their second innings, having been bowled out for 204 in their first, so long way back for Lancashire. Porter continuing from the pavilion end, and that's defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Kevin James, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Yes, Porter and Cook making it as difficult as we would have expected from this pairing. They've been very good servants for Essex over the last few years. Simon Cook has 38 wickets so far this season. Oh, so what am I talking about? That's absolute rubbish. 29, my word. Porter 34.
Porter's up to the stumps, right over to the right-handed batsman who defends into the offside, and there's no run. Middleton on strike. Can they blunt this attack? Hampshire.
It's a little bit there for them, isn't there?
Yeah, when they eventually get the ball in the right spot. At the moment they've put a tiny bit wide on occasions, a little bit too short on others, but when they've pitched it up a little bit, the ball's been moving about. They've got a couple of false drives out the batsman so far. Porter bowls again, Fuller edged into the ground, and there's a stop by Critchley at 3rd slip, no run.
That's the length. Let's get the batters forward a little bit.
Yeah, just a bit indecision from the batsman. Warwickshire 124 for 2 in their second innings, 337 in their first. Somerset 239 all out. So Warwickshire in the ascendancy there. 4 slips go down as Porter pumps his arms, comes in, bowls, and that's straighter but defended into the offside, thick outside edge of the bat down towards the man at backward point, and there is no run. Durham 531 for 7 declared, Notts 229 all out in their first innings. They're 162 for 4, so Durham still lead by 140 runs and require 6 more wickets.
They've had a very average season, Notts, this year.
Yeah, it's not been the best. Porter. Oh, that's a false drive by Milton, trying to slap that one away through the offside. And doesn't connect with it, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 23 overs in the day remaining after this final delivery. Gonna nip down to the car and get my shades actually for the final bit, because the sun just dipping in a little bit. Does it go over the back of the hotel, or no, it comes straight through? I mean, they could have thought about that when designing, couldn't they? It's the little things. Porter up to the stumps again, bowls, and that's clipped off the pads, flicked away into the leg side, but it won't be the man at mid-on. That's another maiden over for Jamie Porter. He bowled 3 maidens, so yeah, it's 3 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 0.
23 balls for Hampshire to get off the mark in their first innings. Going underway at 4:15, Essex 4:04 for 8, then declared at 4:38 for 8. It means that Hampshire need to get to 289 to avoid the follow-on, so that is the first target for Hampshire. 23 tonight, as Dave says, and then 96 tomorrow. Essex may even try and get in a few more tomorrow if they feel that they've got Hampshire under real pressure. They're under a bit of pressure though. Still need to bat well. Still a lot of time left in the game, even though we've lost a lot of time. Here's Cook, right arm over, outside of the off stump to Toby Albert. So Albert's now faced 15 balls and yet to get off the mark, and Fletcher Middleton has 1 from 17. To the 6th over here. So Essex finished with 4 bonus points, Hampshire with 2. Well, actually they haven't finished, that was after the first innings, so it's still some to get in this innings of course, and I guess most people are thinking, well, it really is only a bonus point game now plus the draw, but Essex will think otherwise.
Yeah, you never know.
Can't see Hampshire winning it from here, that's for sure. So that's come back a fraction, that's a good delivery, but it's equally a good leave. Good cricket all round.
Yeah.
Let's watch that again on the replay. You'll just see the ball just pitching and coming back. Maybe just started a fraction wide, but certainly a good delivery. And the sunshine is as bright as I think at any point in this game.
I do like the number of camera angles you've got on your screen there.
Well, the one we're seeing, yeah. The one everybody else is seeing. It's straight up and down, but yeah, there's a few hidden in the wings. Cook again, that's wide this time. He gets a nice kiss off the deck. Off the deck.
They operated by AI, do you know?
What's that? Well, the cameras. Are you into your cameras?
No. I read a piece that I think they were trialling around a few grounds where they were AI operated, and they were trying to see if they could follow the ball accurately.
Okay. I think there was something going on here a while ago, but there's no way I can explain what was going on. That's for sure. Cook again. He's got the 4 slips all closely packed together as he's in. Oh, that's slipped back as well. That's close. That is close.
Dean Elgar, head in hands.
Wow.
Big screech from behind the stumps. That must have been pretty close. Seemed to jag back, didn't it?
It's good stuff here from Cook, who has over 280 wickets for Essex in first-class cricket, and he takes them at 17 apiece. That is real something.
Deserves a go for England.
We've talked about at the start of the year, wasn't he?
Yeah, he just got injured at the wrong time.
Yeah. Comes in and bowls, and that's straight this time, and Albert treats that with respect. He got a hat-trick, didn't he, early on in the season?
Against Notts.
Yeah.
For Trent Bridge.
6 for 14 he finished off there, with Notts were bowled out in their second innings for 80. That's a good time at the start of the season when England are looking for 1 or 2 seamers. Announce yourself with a hat-trick and 6 for next to nothing.
Yeah, I always worry about Sam Cook's pace, but yeah, he still bowls like mid-80s. Pretty decent.
And again. Oh, that's close. He's wrapped on the pad and not out, says umpire Martin Saggers. Did he get a teeny-weeny inside edge on that? He may just have done. Difficult to tell from up here, but it looked close when it wrapped him on the pad. End of the over. Good over. Maiden over from Cook. 2 maidens in his 3 overs to date. None for 1.
Yeah, better stuff from Essex's openers. Just starting to find their line. I just did wonder at the start when that breeze was picking up. That was quite. I guess that was quite difficult to find your line and length running in. But breeze has died down a touch. Still fairly windy out there. They're finding it hard to score at the moment at Hampshire. What have we had? 5 overs, is it? 6 overs? 6 overs, just the 1 run. Here comes Jamie Porter. He bowls to Middleton, defends to the man coming in from a cover position, and there's no run.
It's quite interesting actually. At the start, just before the start of that over, it looked like Dean Elgar and Simon Harmer were just having a bit of a jokey with umpire Saggers at square leg, and you could see he would have been off camera if you were watching the picture feed, but I was just watching Saggers and it looked like he was pointing to the knee. So they were obviously having a little bit of a joke about the LBW shout, and Saggers was pointing where it hit.
Porter bowls, and that was left alone outside the off stump. Getting a little bit of movement back in, slightly wider of off stump. That's why he didn't have the big screech like Elgar had the last over off of Cook. And it's another dot ball.
Another one. Yeah, so I suggest that Saggers thought it was too high.
One scoring shot so far. And we are 6 overs and 2 balls into Hampshire's innings. Being patient here, Middleton on strike, and leaves alone outside the off stump again. And there's no run.
Run rate is 0.2. Wow, that's about as low as I think I've ever seen it. I don't think I've ever seen a run rate on the scoreboard lower than that.
At end of this over, 21 overs left in the day, so plenty of cricket still to get through. Finishing up here probably just before 7 PM tonight. But as we were saying before, weather set fair, absolutely fine at the end of the day as Porter bowls again, and that beats the batsman. All ends up and goes through to Pepper behind the stumps, and there's no run.
Well, it looks tough. You're right. Early on, perhaps the ball was a little wide of off stump, allowing the batters just to have a little sighter. But now they're on it. These 2 Essex pace boys, and they are asking plenty of questions.
Yep, seem to have found their rhythm. Lovely lush outfield here at the Utilita Bowl, as you might expect as well with all the rain had over the last couple of days, as this one is defended back down the pitch and there's no run.
I mentioned Sam Cook, his record for Essex. Jamie Porter, 481 first-class wickets for Essex at 23 apiece. As an opening pair, one taking them at 23 and the other one taking them at 17.
It's not bad, is it?
It's good. Good opening partnership.
Yeah, pretty sure they'll go down in Essex's history as one of the best as Porter bowls, and that one's clipped away into the offside. There's a scoring shot, second one of the innings, shy at the stumps as well, which has hit the batsman, but Middleton was comfortably in his ground. Ball rolling off towards the boundary, but the batsmen aren't taking any runs. And a single to finish the over. It rather ruins Jamie Porter's figures there. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 1.
So we've mentioned the 2 bowlers that are operating. Now the 2 batters out there, Fletcher Middleton this season is just under 500 runs at 35 apiece. And Toby Albert, who's taken over the opening spot because Ali Orr has been injured for quite a while, distinguished himself very early on in this role by scoring 100 again in that win against Surrey here. And he this year, so he's kept the role. And so far, Toby Albert has just over 150 odd runs, and he's averaging 31 this year. 2 without loss, 7 overs. And who's Sam Cook is having a chat with Tom Westley.
Yep.
Saying, do you still want those 4 slips? I'm sure he's saying, he said, yeah, I could have another one if you really want. He's bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
It's a fair point. Not scoring much, are they?
No, why would you have any outfielders at the moment?
Would you take out the short mid-wicket?
It's one option, isn't it? Maybe.
No.
The only thing is sometimes as a bowler, I mean, nothing's going in front of square really. You could almost say, well, should we take the wide mid-off out? But sometimes a bowler would like that as a cushion. It just gives you the confidence just to pitch the ball up a fraction more, knowing you've got a little margin for error. As Cook comes in and bowls, always wrapped on the pad. That does look close, not out, says Martin Saggers.
Less convincing, that one.
Yep. Just got turned around a fraction there. Just watching that again. Yeah, maybe a little leg stumpish, do you think? Leg outside, just down leg.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery. Nevertheless, yeah, just going back to that point, I think when you know you've got somebody there, even if you think it's not really going to go to him too much, you just think, yeah, I can push that ball up. Sometimes when you know there's a gap in a particular area, i.e. mid-off, you think, well, I better not pitch it up, so you end up bowling a couple of inches shorter than you should be doing. Here's Cook, bowls. It's a length ball which is left alone by Fletcher Middleton. Well, there are one or two, I think, that have slowly made their way into the ground thinking, well, we could watch a couple of hours of cricket in the sun, which is a very good decision, but I think the tone was set earlier, really, wasn't it, with too much rain.
It's a bank holiday weekend, though, isn't it? Yeah,
True.
You can afford a Saturday night just to come and sit in the ground. Is it free entry after what is effectively? Well, it's effectively the final session.
Yeah, I think they are actually. Yeah, now you mentioned it.
Come in here, have a refreshment, a snack, watch 3 hours, well, 2 and a bit hours worth of cricket.
But there literally is a sparse crowd. That's worked wide of mid-on. Now there's one, and it will stay at one. As Tom Wesley just moves to his right from mid-on. So Fletcher Middleton moves on to 3. And Toby Albert is yet to get off the mark. 3 without loss, Hampshire.
That run rate roaring up, 0.4.
Yes.
It's getting out of control.
Yeah, runs seem low down on the list here at the moment. It's making sure that Essex don't get too carried away, really, with early wickets. As that's worked away by Albert, down to 5, so he's off the mark. Fairly straight delivery, but nicely played. Kept his head over the ball.
Yeah. To get it back on that, if he'd have missed that, I think I've been plumb LBW. Very full from Sam Cook, that one.
Still got Simon Harmer to look forward to at some point, of course, who's a mighty fine off-spinner. Shane Snater, a good backup bowler, isn't he, these days for Essex?
He's coming on leaps and bounds. Yeah. As you saw from the batting at the end, he's starting to contribute with the bat as well.
He is. Yes, he is. He's growing into the game, that's for sure, as Cook bowls. That's worked strongly up to mid-on by Middleton. Slightly over-pitched, but Middleton couldn't find a gap there. So 4 without loss. 8 overs gone of that Hampshire reply. They are still 434 runs away on the first innings, but the first target is to make sure they get to 289, because this is what Essex are banking on now, that they bowl Hampshire out for less than 289.
Yeah, the current run rate, they should get there around about middle of next week, I think.
Fortunately, we won't be around to see that.
Yes. Back to the good old days of boycott, that.
Even for him, that would be
mightily slow.
He'd love this.
Yeah.
This would be right up his street. And Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who's not here today. Or tomorrow, who normally is here day 3 and 4, he's down at the Victorious Festival in Portsmouth. This would be right up his street. Here's Porter from the pavilion end, then outside the off stump, and Albert leaves that one alone. At the start of the 9th over, we have just under 20 overs left in the day. Cook and Porter working hard here to make that initial breakthrough for Essex. Giving the Hampshire batters too much in terms of scoring shots. Middleton and Albert having to battle away hard here. It's always going to be a fairly tough evening session for them, so it's proving as Porter comes in, right arm over, Albert on the back foot, and there is no run. Welcome back, Gemma Green.
Hi, Kev. Just looking through the emails, I don't know if you've already covered this one.
Probably not.
But Michael Douglas Biswell.
Okay, no, I haven't.
Regarding the declaration we had earlier, we said happened halfway through an over to deny Hampshire an extra bonus point or an opportunity of a bonus point. He's put, afternoon, isn't there a rule regarding declarations when bonus points are still available?
It's outside the off stump, nips back, but it's quite wide.
It's not something I've ever heard of.
You declare when you like. Well,
Yeah.
within reason, I think. Yeah. I think that's perfect. I think what they did was perfectly fine.
I thought, you quite often do, not necessarily so obviously with 2 balls to go, but that's one of the things you think about when declaring, isn't it? About the opportunity for bonus points for yourself and the opposition.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never come across a rule that's that covers that.
Porter runs towards us and bowls, but takes the bat away. A very late decision, but still a line that's asking questions of the batter. Yeah, obviously years ago there was a situation, wasn't there? Was it Somerset or somebody?
In the one day.
Yeah, where they just declared.
Yeah, on 2 or something.
Yeah.
4.
Maybe faced 1 ball or something ridiculous.
But that took out the option to declare in white ball cricket, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what, of course, yeah,
was
with
white
white ball.
ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Porter again then. Into his 5th over here. Bowls and but gets one. It comes back at him, tucks it away nicely behind square on the leg side. Played that well. Just a single though again. Hampshire onto 5 without loss. Albert onto 2.
Yeah, in the Test match today, which has had more play than any cricket ground in the country, England currently need 89 runs to win. They're 3 down, with Brooke and Root at the crease going nicely.
There was something surreal this morning, wasn't there, where we were watching it rain here. The rain was bucketing down, and yet we were on the TV screen. We were watching play at Manchester, outside the off stump, and Fletcher Middleton doesn't have to play at that one. 5 without loss then, and we've had 9 overs off this Hampshire first innings. But then, of course, we didn't need to worry too long, because after a little while, the rain then arrived in Manchester.
It did,
but they have played more up there.
They have played more than sort of any county ground, any county championship today. But yeah, they're very much playing at the minute, and there's a bit of good partnership between Root and Brooke, who are on 22 and 31 respectively at the minute.
Well,
Looks like we're going to have is that a change of bowling?
We are.
It's going to be Snater.
It's a bit quicker than Santner.
It's a bit quicker than yeah. Shane Snater, the guy who entertained us for a couple of overs before the declaration.
Yeah, he did.
Playing as many shots as he could think of to get Essex that bonus point that was in the end was out of reach.
He's become a steady player for Essex over the last 2 or 3 seasons, playing his 40th first-class match, 40th championship match. 105 wickets at 24 apiece, career-wise for Essex.
Excellent. He's straight in, and he's to the crease and bowls, and that's left alone outside off stump. We've still got those 4 slips in place, and why wouldn't you? Hampshire 5 without loss at the minute. The only thing Essex have done really, if wrong is probably too strong a word, but given Hampshire too many to easily leave.
Yeah.
But we've heard, when I was off air a minute ago, I heard a couple of big shouts that sounded close. I wasn't actually watching at the time, but they sounded close by the, if you can tell how close it is by the sound of an appeal. And Santner, and again, that's full and straight and just push back to mid-off, no run. Toby Albert on strike.
Yeah, there's certainly one of those, well, certainly the first one of those where you look at the umpire and you think, ooh. But Martin Saggers both occasions, giving it nod out.
Yeah, we've got Martin Saggers and Ian Blackwell in this game. There's the standing umpires. And Snater with that, is it a mullet? Mullet. As he in past the bowler, and full ball on leg stump, just worked onto the leg side for no run.
Yes, I think you're right, actually. He's very much a bowler that's very similar pace, isn't he? Similar pace to Porter, similar pace to Sam Cook. I know David Brett was mentioning about Sam Cook's pace. He's certainly somebody that seems to have gained half a yard, Sam Cook, in the last couple of seasons. I think One criticism of him was that he was a good seam bowler, but probably needed to be a fraction quicker. Well, he's a fraction quicker now. He looks stronger.
So Snato with number 29 on his back into Albert, and full and driven, and that's a beautiful drive. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning. I keep saying the morning of this session, of the day, as Toby Albert just drives that effortlessly through the cover region.
First half volley.
First half volley, yeah.
Of the Hampshire innings. There's been nothing of that length so far.
And that's good from Albert, because waited patiently for that. The first opportunity, he's made no mistake. Didn't try to overhit it, didn't need to. Hampshire move on to 9. And Snato straight back at the top of his mark, no messing around, and he's in and bowls. And this one's a better length ball, but again, wide of off stump and an easy leave for Albert.
There's been a lot of balls that have died off this surface, but equally there's been some that have just kissed nicely through to keeper Michael Pepper's gloves. There's been a little bit of maybe inconsistency. Maybe the bowlers sometimes hit the seam and sometimes they don't. That often makes a difference. The heavy roller was on between the innings, which will, after a period, just deaden the wicket down a fraction. Maybe not quite this quick.
It will, because the wicket itself looks a bit sort of browny greenier than I've seen others this year. That one was a good length ball that jagged back and was left by Toby Albert, and keeper dived to his left, Pepper, to stop that. That's a dot ball. End of the over. Hampshire are 9 without loss. Albert is on 6 and Middleton on 3.
Yeah, very similar colour to yesterday. It looked greenish, certainly from here, and I think you just expected the ball to have done a little bit more when Das was LBW in the first 10 minutes of the game. One darted back from Moa Bash. You thought, yeah, there's going to be plenty of movement, but there wasn't. Well, actually, I say there was. It wasn't really. Well, not excessive movement. Not as much as I think everybody thought. And there was a bit here, but again, not nowhere near extravagant. Nothing that an opening batter wouldn't have faced before. Driving, well stopped by Porter. Start of a new over. Fletcher Middleton there, hoping to have got a few more runs, but it is slow stuff here. There's no doubt about it. We're into the 11th over of Hampshire's first innings, and they are still behind the number of overs. They are 9 without loss, but it's been accurate stuff from Essex. Yes, first few overs it might have been a little wide, but the length has been impeccable, making it very difficult for the batters to get into any sort of rhythm. That's just nipped back a fraction. Well played by Middleton. He plays that back to the bowler, but it's the sort of opening spells that you come to expect from Cook and from Porter, who just bowl just short of a length and just wait for the pitch to do a little bit.
Just looking at the Surrey score, they are playing again. All county games were affected by rain earlier today.
Here's Porter. Middleton drives on the up, but only finds point.
But yeah, we've all got half an eye on Surrey, because as I say, we're waiting for them to slip up, and they're not slipping up in this game. It's only if Lancashire can bat out time, really. So Lancashire 204 in their first innings. Surrey declared on 444 for 9, and Lancashire are 15 for 1, trailing by 225, 225 runs. So yeah, they need to bat out tomorrow to stop Surrey getting even further away from the rest of us.
Okay. Porter again. Middleton plays that late. It's a outside part of the bat, guided through the vacant gully area. Won't go all the way to the boundary. They thought about 3. Toby Albert, who was running to the danger end, took a couple of paces down and then decided not to risk it, which was a good call. 11 without loss, Hampshire. Yeah, Surrey have won the title the previous 2 years. They good bet to do it again for a 3rd time. Both Hampshire and Essex. I was looking at this actually the other day. Just looking at the tables for the last couple of years, just how consistent sides have been in Division 1. That's a length ball played out to point. So last year Surrey won it, of course. Essex 2nd, Hampshire 3rd. 2022 Surrey won it. then Lancashire, then Hampshire and Essex. So these sides have been there or thereabouts for the last 2 years and look like being so again.
Yeah, we've been saying from a Hampshire point of view for a while now, haven't we, that they've had that golden age with the bowling attack, certainly Barker, Abbott and Abbas as the mainline seamers.
Porter, and again that comes back at Fletcher Middleton, just works that on the onside. Another good piece of bowling where Porter's got his hands on his head thinking it might have sneaked through. 11 without loss then Hampshire. They are still 427 behind on the first innings.
Yeah, and have we missed the boat of that golden era, because they're, no spring chickens, that unit. Then we've got two very different batting units, haven't we? We've got the Gubbins and Vince and Dawson all around who you can add into that, and Brown. They're all in their 30s to mid 30s. At the other end you've got Albert, Middleton, Prest, very early in their 20s. But we're going to see a new bowling unit so very shortly evolve, and it's whether the experienced batting unit can tie in with a new bowling unit to create that chance again. But for me, they're just ebbing and flowing at different times, the batting and bowling units, as Snater comes in, and that's worked onto the leg side by Albert for no run. And that's when the counties really thrive, isn't it, when you've obviously got both elements in sync. And that's what Hampshire have had for a few years now, but it's just not been as good as Surrey, which is why, like you say, Kev, we've been up there and thereabouts, and the likes of other teams, Essex and Lancashire. We've been good but not good enough, because Surrey have been exceptional. Snater in again, 4 slips to Albert. He bangs this one in short, and Albert had a go at sort of backing out of a pull there, but in the end it's trickled down to backward point for 4 runs. I don't think that was where he meant it to go, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. He moves on to 10. And the ball's coming quickly back to Snater, and it really is warm now.
So he's on to stand back.
So Albert on 5, Middleton at 10, Middleton on 5, Snater in, past Saggers, and that's a full-length ball just pushed back to the bowler for no run.
I've just been sent a section on the laws of cricket. We were saying earlier about Essex declaring 2 balls short of the 110th over, which basically meant that Hampshire didn't have a chance of getting another bonus point. They needed another wicket, and Essex, with 12 runs to go, obviously felt, well, we ain't going to get 12 off 2 balls, so we'll declare.
Snake there to Albert, left alone outside off stump again, nipped back in a little bit, a good leave in the end.
This may or may not refer to that situation, but we were talking about what's sporting and unsporting. So this is law 15.1. Stay awake, everybody. I'll try not to read it all because there is a few paragraphs, but this may be not totally relevant to today anyway. An extraordinary declaration for the purposes of this rule is a declaration that does not enhance the batting side's prospects of winning or saving the match. I think this is a bit over the top, really, isn't it?
Snater. Oh, that kept low. It was outside off stump, and Albert had a bit of a swipe of that, and it kept so low and just went through on the ground to the keeper. Carry on, Kev.
It is usually, but not exclusively, a declaration aimed primarily at denying the bowling side the opportunity to acquire further bonus points, in that innings, but without enhancing the batting side's prospects of winning or saving the match. That's a little bit more relevant, isn't it?
Yeah.
An extraordinary forfeiture for the purposes of this rule is any forfeiture that does not enhance the batting side's prospects of winning or saving the match.
Snater in and left alone outside off stump again. So you can't look at the bigger picture of maybe winning the league or going above at the team in the table. It's about the match.
Yeah.
So,
So there may be certain things that are relevant. Such a declaration or forfeiture may, depending on the particular circumstances, be deemed as bringing the game into disrepute. Penalties for which may include the deduction of points from the offending team. I don't think we were really in that situation. It didn't feel that major it was an interesting talking point and an interesting situation, which others may have more of a view. I don't know, but I mean, all it felt like was, well, we're going to deny you a bowling bonus point.
Yeah.
But actually, at the same time, we're actually denying ourselves a batting bonus point.
Yeah.
You're more likely to get the 1 wicket, whereas we're not likely to get 2 sixes. It's what it felt like.
It sounds like one of those rules or laws that's a little bit wordy that you could argue your case either way.
Which is normally what these laws and guides are about, aren't they? There's so many grey areas that in the end you disappear up the grey area. And
So when you start talking about spirit of the game, that's a grey area in itself, and people have different perspectives on that.
Right, not surprisingly, Sam Cooke is taking over from Jamie Porter. I thought that might happen. He's coming in from the pavilion end and bowls. Oh, he's playing a missing. Driving there outside off stump there, Fletcher Middleton. Not quite a half volley. Lucky he didn't catch an edge there. I'll just read what else he's saying here, but I think there are parts. That was an interesting line I read just a little earlier. Right, further, there's more of this. A captain who is contemplating a declaration or forfeiture which has potential to be deemed extraordinary declaration or extraordinary forfeiture may, if he wishes, first approach the officiating umpires, providing due notice of his intention in order to request an indicative ruling as to whether or not this is a bit heavy. Middleton works that towards mid-wicket. Whether or not such a declaration or forfeiture is likely to be deemed an extraordinary declaration or an extraordinary forfeiture with the potential for bringing the game into disrepute. The officiating umpire shall then request advice from the ECB domestic cricket operations. I don't think we were anywhere near that, to be honest, so those last couple of lines. I don't think at any point did they get on the phone and say, these guys are going to declare 2 balls before the 110th over, just because they don't want Hampshire to get 1 more wicket. Here comes Cooke again, right arm over and bowls. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's pitched and it's nipped away. And not surprisingly, that has beaten the outside edge. That for me is the ball of the innings so far. What a beautiful shape on that delivery.
It was, and interestingly they've moved 4th slip Paul Walter. He's been there since the start of this innings. They've moved him from 4th slip onto a catching position, catching on the drive position on the leg side, and now they're just bowling beautifully outside off.
There is very little to hit. There's been 1 half volley which Toby Albert put away from Shane Snater. There has not been another half volley so far. Length ball. Middleton gets a thick outside edge. Along the ground, safe. It's running down to 3rd man. That will be 4. But again, it's a delivery that's asking a lot of questions. And Middleton moves on to 9. And it's 19 without loss, Hampshire. Still 419 runs behind. Remember, 289 is the follow-up.
Yeah, the Essex bowlers just starting to really put the foot down on that pressure. We said there was a lot of balls that Hampshire were comfortably leaving at the start, but it's looked a little bit more threatening in the last 4 overs or so.
Certainly has. So we still have just over 15 overs left in the day. I think Hampshire will feel that they've done well to get through nearly 13 overs without losing a wicket, and Cooke bowls, and that's nicely played by Middleton. Played it late, opened the face, and that's gone towards backward a point for a single. He moves into double figures, same as Toby Albert, and Hampshire now 20 without loss. Lovely warm evening, and it's a shame there are not many people here to enjoy it.
I've seen on one of the balconies of the hotel there the Essex fans. Oh, the flag's gone now, has it? There was the Essex flag tied to the balustrade.
Yeah, I can see it.
You see it?
Just hook around a bit more to the left. It's there, red, with the sea axes. I think that's what they're called. Here comes Cooke again. Albert's forward. That goes out towards point, and that's the end of the over. So Cooke now has bowled 5 overs, none for 8. Shane Snater at this northern end has bowled 2 overs. None for 8. Jamie Porter, who may just have another spell before the end, who knows. He's bowled 6 overs, none for 4. Essex searching for this first wicket.
Sea axes.
Well, that's what they call them at Middlesex, because I mean, I
was just about to ask, Kev, are they different to the 3 knives on the Middlesex flag? But
I don't know.
Didn't want to upset Middlesex and Essex people.
No, I don't know what they're called, I must admit, but for Middlesex they definitely are called that. I always thought in my younger days, saw Essex, I thought, well, they've just nicked part of the flag and just put a different colour background on.
Copy and paste. Snater to continue. He's in, and straight ball, and that's pushed back to him. No run. That was when you were at Middlesex, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Essex were our rivals.
I'm sure if they are different blades, we'll get an email in shortly, or Dave Brett from Essex will, to inform us.
No, they are called C-axes.
They are?
Yeah, Saxon C-axes.
Oh, okay.
Or cutlasses in brackets, it says here. Yeah. So there we are. We're okay. We got away with it.
We've offended no one, and that's full and straight and just blocked for no run by Fletcher Middleton. Middleton and Albert currently both on 10, Hampshire 20 without loss. You're engrossed in that page.
Well, I'm just sort of reading it up really. What I'm trying to see what jumps out at me that's interesting to read out. If I'm honest, it's just a flag.
You just read out Law 15.1. This has got to be more interesting than that.
Do you know what? You are exactly right.
Slater in again to Middleton. Oh, there's a big appeal there and it's given. That was wide outside off stump, and I don't think Middleton knew what quite to do with that, whether to play back or forwards, and he's edged that through to the keeper, who was diving to his left.
I think that's an inside edge.
Inside edge. Oh, it's a great catch by Pepper, diving low into his left. And that is Essex's first wicket. Fletcher Middleton goes for 10. Caught Pepper, bowled Snater. First of the 20 they require to win this game. Hampshire on 20 for 1.
Well, he's brought the ball back a couple of times, Shane Snater. Fletcher Middleton, that was a good catch. I mean, that's died. That's died on Pepper.
It's died on him. You're out of sight for a while there as well, and low to his left. Yeah, great catch.
Well, maybe we shouldn't be surprised that a wicket has fallen. It's been very difficult out there. The Essex bowlers have really put the Hampshire batters under pressure there, the openers.
Yeah, I was just looking there. There's not a great deal of foot movement. He just sort of wafted a little bit outside his body there. But it brings Nick Gubbins to the middle. Nick Gubbins, like we say, one of the older of the batting fraternity at Hampshire.
544 championship runs this year at 54 apiece.
But he's been good for us since he came from the 3 C-axes.
Yes. We're going to need him to dig in here a little bit. This is just a word on James Vince, by the way, because he was off the field just before tea yesterday, and spoke to Eddie Birrell last night. That's on the interview that I did with him, which was on the Hampshire Cricket website and app. He did say that he picked up a little niggle in the field. He did actually, I think at mid-off or mid-on, struggle to run after a ball, and it just looked like he had a little anyway. Eddie said it's nothing to worry about. He is a bit of a niggle, and I think he wasn't sure, depending on how much time he then spent on the field, he'd either bat at 4 or a bit lower.
Snater round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, and he's on the money straight away. That's straight ball. Gubbins plays forward, outside edge to point for no run.
So yeah, Eddie didn't seem particularly worried by Vince's injury. I think he was off the field as well. He did. He said he was off the field mainly as a precaution.
Well, that's good to hear for Hampshire fans. He had an incredible time at the 100, James Vince.
Top run scorer, wasn't he?
Top run scorer. He's been phenomenal in all formats for a long time, and that's pushed to mid-off for no run. It's just such a pleasure to watch, isn't it? Even in the shortest format that we see, like the 100, he still plays those classical shots. I mean, you see some funky stuff, but he's still James Vince. Still James Vince, whatever the game. So pleasing on the eye. 1 ball to come in this over. And Snater again round the wicket to Gubbins. And that's just defended outside off stump. That's a wicket maiden for Snater. Hampshire 20 for 1, sorry. Albert still at the crease on 10. Gubbins just joined him. And we'll probably have Cook to continue from the pavilion end. Kev's just made way, and I'm going to be joined any moment by Dave. Hi, Dave.
You right, Joe?
Yeah. Did you see that wicket? Did you see that one on the replay?
I did, yes. Yeah, it's a smart take by the wicketkeeper.
Definitely was.
14 overs remaining in the day. Essex have already got 1 wicket. Dearly love at least 1, perhaps 2 before the close of play. As Cook comes in, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off. Well, sorry, the batsman actually plays at that. Maybe inside the line, through to the wicketkeeper. And there is no run. Sun beating down. It's proving quite awkward. It's coming straight into the gantry. Did notice actually, Kevin, you got to have a word with these guys about cleaning the windows here. It's disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. Get yourself out there, a bit of Windoline. 3 slips in as Cook comes to bowl at Albert, who defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I didn't waste my time in the rain break this morning, Dave. I decided to do a bit of digging about Essex's history and stuff, and do a little bit of research, and I found a fascinating game where Peter Perrin in 1904 scored 343 not out in a losing cause, the highest championship score ever in a losing cause. Imagine that. There's a lot of high scores where you come away with a draw, obviously, but to score 343 not out and come away with a loss.
Cook into Albert, bowls, turned away into the leg side, short mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. 20 for 1, Essex, remember, declared on 438. I'm pretty sure Dick Davies probably saw that game. Probably ask him about it the next time.
In 1904 at Chesterfield against Derbyshire.
Yeah, Dick Davies definitely would have seen that game.
Next highest score was 61, I think, and then it was single figures, so he had no support. Got a score of 500 odd. Derbyshire equalled it, and then skittled Essex out for 90 odd and knocked off the winning runs.
Yeah, sounds about right. Here comes Cook again, bowls on the middle and leg, turned away into the leg side, and they save a run there as square leg comes round to field. There's Porter doing the fielding for his opening partner, and there's no runs. Cook's figures so far: 5.4 overs, 2 maidens. No wickets for 8 runs, so very economical.
In the sun here, I can see you shielding your eyes. It does make the scoreboard hard to see when the sun's out, yeah, especially the writing in yellow.
Yeah, I've taken a few steps back from the commentary position to get out of the sun as this next delivery. Oh, left alone late by the batsman. Indecision from Albert. Could have played on, could have nicked it through. In the end, gets nothing on it. 20 for 1 at Hampshire.
And there has been a wicket up at Old Trafford. Harry Brook has gone for 32, caught and bowled. Jai Surya brings Jamie Smith to the crease with Root. Yeah, England requiring 76.
It's going to be one of those nervy run chases, I think. I don't think they're going to complete the chase or complete the game today. Coming back for a final day as this next delivery is defended and to the offside, and that's the end of the over. Another maiden for Sam Cook, and Hampshire 20 for 1, replying to Essex's 438 for 8 declared.
You popped to your car earlier to get your umbrella. Have you got sunglasses in the car and popped back for?
Yeah, I really should have gone back down. I had to do an update for BBC Essex, so it delayed me a little bit, and then I sort of couldn't be bothered after that. I thought one last stint, well, maybe one last stint before the day's out.
Right, Snater to continue. Took that wicket in the last over. Wicket maiden, and he is bowling, going to continue bowling around the wicket to left-handed Nick Gubbins. 3 slips, man on the drive, straight ball for defence, no run. I like how Snater gets on with it.
Yeah.
Once he gets to the top of his mark, he just turns and goes.
Yeah, very good. A few supporters still left in ground. Most of them are trying to get out of the sun.
Snater, Gubbins yet to get off the mark around the wicket. Oh, that's a straight ball and it's squirted to point. Thick outside edge, no run.
Squared the batsman after touch there.
Yeah.
To get movement off the pitch. We've got to 6 o'clock here on a Saturday evening. It's 12 overs left after this one. So looks like we should be done around about 22, 20 to 7, and then back tomorrow to see if Essex can finish the job. I can't see anyway from this position Hampshire winning.
No, Snater's in, and that's driven to that point fielder, which is Sam Cook, for no run. Yeah, I think that result's gone. Hampshire obviously hoping for the draw. Essex, a couple of wickets tonight, and good night's sleep, all fresh tomorrow. They'll be chomping at the bit for a full day's play.
Couldn't do anything about the weather on the first day, but I do wonder whether Hampshire might rue having not decided to bat in that first innings. But it is what it is.
Snater again. Gubbins, and again he's attacked Gubbins' stump since he came to the crease, not given him any of the let-offs we talked about earlier with comfortable leaves. He's been made to play everything. That was just pushed back for no run.
The players staying on the ground, you know?
The Essex boys?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. They sometimes do. Not Essex, no. Kev's shaking his head. No, so don't know where they're put up, but Snater in again, straight and targeting the stumps, but Gubbins has been equal to it so far. He just pushes that back. He's not interested in looking for runs that aren't there. He's just making sure he's still there.
Bowling wicket to wicket at the moment, Snater. Did notice there was a wedding reception downstairs.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Getting into full swing by the time this is finished.
Yeah, there's a lot of facilities here, like we were saying earlier when we were both on, but there's a big ballroom in the hotel complex that has had a whole variety of activities since it's been there. Snake again, that's again on the money, a little bit fuller this time, and Gubbins can turn that behind square on the leg side for his first run. Hampshire move on to 21 for 1. I've seen dance competitions and muscle men, is that the right word? Strong man type things.
Depends what you actually mean. I'm not entirely sure, but yes, world's strongest man type thing.
That sort of thing, yeah.
That's what you're after.
Yeah, that's it.
Muscle men.
Muscle men.
Okay, what are we going to see now? We are going to see Cook, I think, continuing. Yep. See him in the distance. He's got that strapping around his right wrist. And he'll continue from the pavilion end. For Essex, I think we should probably see Simon Harmer before the day's out. Just twirl his arm maybe for a couple of overs. Breeze is just picking up again. You see from the trousers lapping at the player's legs and the slipcord. Shadows starting to stretch out over the pitch as Cook bowls. Left alone, good leave by Gubbins, the left-hander. Cook coming right arm round, so the ball angling in. That one's allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper. No run. So Hampshire 21 for 1. Essex 438 for 8 declared. Follow on we said was
289.
289.
Yeah, so long way off yet. They've just got to get through today as the first job.
It's a magic number that Essex will have in their head as well. If they can get them out for below that, they'll have another chance of them tomorrow, as that one's a turn away to the leg side and there's no run. Wonder if Essex would risk defeat if you know, they didn't manage to bowl Hampshire out for below the follow-on target, but maybe for 300, and then declared their innings almost straight away. Maybe slap a quick 50 or something like that and declared straight away. Obviously, it would all depend on how far into the day tomorrow it would take Hampshire to get to 300 at a run rate of 1.3. It's going to take them quite a long time. Cook round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who ducks under a bouncer.
What I do know is if there's any cheeky declarations come up, Kev's clued up on the laws now.
Yes.
So he'll be on it.
Yeah. We joked about that, didn't we? How mean-spirited it was from Essex to deny Hampshire a chance of getting a bowling bonus point. But it seems like in the rules that may have been a misdemeanour. But umpires clearly weren't unhappy with it. So both teams just cracked on. I'm sure the players weren't even aware of the rule anyway as Cook bowls. That's forward comes Gubbins defending into the offside, and there's no run. Real interest here in scoring quickly, these Hampshire batsmen. Wickets are at a premium from a Hampshire point of view, putting a heavy price on their wickets at the moment, making Essex bowl to them and try and bowl them out. They don't want to give anything away. Like Essex, they can't afford to lose this game either, Hampshire.
What was sorry.
Round the wicket comes Cook, and that's a thick inside edge. Squirts out down towards fine leg for a single. Score goes to 24 for 1.
Yeah, I wasn't around to see any of it on the stream yesterday, but what was it like when Dawson was bowling? I'm just thinking of Harmer coming on.
No idea, I wasn't here.
Oh, you weren't here? Okay.
No. I only came down this morning.
You're staying at the West Quay area, you say?
Yeah, I'm staying in town. Looking forward to that.
Plenty of eateries there?
Yes, yeah, I've already pinpointed one just round the corner from the hotel, so I'll dump my bags as soon as I get back. Maybe have a quick shower and then go out and have a beer and a curry. Here comes Porter over the wicket to the right-handed Albert, who defends into the offside. Backward point Fields, and it's a dot ball. 24 for 1.
Is that your go-to then, a curry, if you're looking at restaurants?
Yeah, it would be on. I did have a look around at some other stuff, but nothing was really appealing to me. And said restaurant seems to have a nice array of beers as well.
Swayed the decision.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Could be quite nice down there. Weather like this on a Saturday night. Do a bit of people watching as well. Oh, that beats the batsman all ends up. Beautiful delivery, angling in, moving away off the seam, through to the wicketkeeper. Cook, head in hands. Can't believe he hasn't nicked it. End of the over. It's a 24 for 1, and Cook's figures 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 11.
Yeah, some tidy bowling figures as you'd expect in this situation. Like you say, Hampshire not looking to give their wicket away anytime soon. But Essex bowling a really nice line now. We saw it a little bit wide of off stump to begin with, but they've honed that in, and all 3 seamers. Like you called it, we've got Harmer. So the seamers have done a really good job targeting the stumps. They picked up that 1 wicket of Middleton. That was Snater. We're now going to have Simon Harmer, and we know what he can do, to come on from the hotel end.
Yeah, good decision. They'll just rotate the quicks from the pavilion end. Might get a bit of drift into the left-handed batsman here. Breeze blowing across from right to left.
He's just chatting with the captain, his former captain, isn't he, Harmer?
Harmer, well, he's still the one-day captain.
Still the one-day. Having a chat with Wesley, the captain of the championship side, as he bowls round the wicket to Gubbins, and full ball and drifted in. I think it's a full toss actually. It was just pushed to the short leg fielder with the helmet. They look very slow, very slow. He's having a look at the ball now. He's giving it to the umpire. First time we've seen that, but umpire's given it straight back and said get on with it. And Harmer does. He's straight into bowl again. And again, full and straight, and Gubbins just pushes that back to Harmer, who's just having a little look at the ball.
They'll be wary here, the batsmen. No rash shots. Field up, all in the batsman's face.
As he's in this just outside off stump, and it's tentatively driven or just pushed really to the cover region. Matt Critchley picks it up. Gubbins 2 off 17, Albert 10 off 46. It's Harmer in again. and full and straight, and this time it's a little bit more intent with the drive, but it's stopped by fielder cover, Jordan Cox. Brilliant innings for Essex. And Harmer, and that is a full ball, just dug out by Gubbins. Keeper picks it up. A tidy start for Harmer, 5 balls, no runs. He comes in for his final delivery of his first over. And again, full and straight. Gubbins just sees that off. That's a maiden from Simon Harmer. Hampshire remain on 24 for 1.
Run rate for Hampshire still hovering around their 1.3. So they're showing their intent here. They just want to make sure they don't lose too many wickets tonight. They'll dearly love to go in around about 30, 40 for 1. 10 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, we didn't get to see if there was much turn there because Harmer bowled so full. But like you say, we're going to continue with seam from the pavilion end.
It's going to be Sam Cook again as well. Wondered if they might put Snater on from the pavilion end, but Cook coming in now, right arm over to the right-handed Albert, and that's defended down the pitch, and there's no run. For those of you that haven't been to the Utilita Bowl before, it's from our commentary position we get an absolutely beautiful view of the hills in the distance, tree-lined hills, full green, different shades of green. And straight in front of us, away to the left, is the golf course. Away to the right is some hotels. Jem's going to leave us for 20 minutes. And Kevin's coming back in as this next delivery is guided down towards backward point for no run. It's a lovely complex down here. One thing I would encourage them to do is to improve the infrastructure in terms of transport in and out of here. It can get quite tricky, especially on those really, really busy days. Not so bad today where there's not really many people here, but it can get quite a tough place to get in and out of.
I shall pass your comments on.
Thank you.
To the relevant people.
If you can.
Yeah.
I know how much sway you hold here, so...
Less than zilch.
Cook in bowls to Albert, who defends back. No, I can't believe that. I hear you rule the roost down here. What you say goes.
I can honestly tell you that it's nowhere near the case. And I wouldn't want to be like that, and I'm not. Hopefully people think I'm not like that, but I don't know. No, believe me, no. Anyway. But you might be the man.
Yeah. I can't be the first person who's mentioned the transport issues around here. Here comes Cook in again, and that's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no wrong.
If I'm honest, you probably are the first one for a few years.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
So,
well, just harking back to that point where I stayed here for the one-day international, just could not get a cab for love nor money back into the town after
Sure.
And it was about 10, 11 o'clock at night, and the ground had pretty much emptied out. Cook in bowls. That's defended back down the pitch again. Mid-on fields this time, and there's no run.
again, I will pass that on.
Thank you. There's like a feedback form. I can fill that in if you like.
I can make one up for you. Hand it in at the reception desk.
Yeah.
With your contact numbers to get back to.
They'll go, him again. He only comes here once every 4 years, every single time. Same complaint. I'll just file this in the bin.
Yes. Under things to do.
Yeah.
At a later date.
Things we won't do. Last ball of the over. Cook to Albert, and that's well wide of off stump. It's easy leave. I think the status should probably come on from that end after this over, but that's the end of the over. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 11 so far for Sam Cook. Hampshire, I think it was 24 for 1 at the end of that over. So 9 overs remaining in the day, and we're going to have more spin from Simon Harmer from the hotel end. I suspect we'll see plenty of Harmer tomorrow as well.
I would have thought so. It didn't seem to be too much there for him in the first over. I wasn't looking closely, but
I think just with the breeze, he's probably going to get more drift than turn.
yeah. He's still a mighty dangerous bowler because he bowls lots of different balls, different paces. Here he is round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins is forward, drives it out into the covers.
Yeah, he's not a huge turner of the ball, but it's the variations, just the way he takes the loop. Sometimes he bowls it flat.
Men around the bat at slip and short leg as he's into Gubbins once more. Gubbins comes down the wicket, almost yorks himself.
Yeah.
Short leg has a little dart at the stump's underarm. Gubbins wasn't sure where that ball had gone initially. He knew he had to get back quickly.
Yeah, just crept out of his crease there, didn't he? Gave short leg a little bit of a sighter.
2 of 22 deliveries for Nick Gubbins. Who's facing Harmer again. Oh, slight leading edge there as it goes out towards mid-off. Looked like he was trying to poke that towards mid-on.
A little bit of pressure building.
Yes, it's not a question really of Hampshire scoring any runs. It doesn't matter whether they're 24 for 1 or 80 for 1 really. It's making sure they don't lose 20 wickets as that's pushed out on the onside. But of course 24 runs is a little bit more harder to watch than 80 for 1.
Yes. And also if they do happen to lose wickets, then they're miles behind the follow-on target.
414 behind overall. 289 is their follow-on target. Just to repeat that, that's played into the ground, fielded at short leg. Test match? What's the test match? I know you're keeping a bit of an eye on that, aren't you?
It was. They were 4 down for about 133 or 4 the last time. I'd just gone to a break, so there may have been a wicket.
Harmer bowls again on the line of leg stump, clipped away towards mid-wicket by Gubbins, and a maiden over there for Harmer. 2 overs, 2 maidens for the off-spinner of Essex. Let me have a quick look up, actually, see where we are with the test match, because that looks like they'll play to a close tonight. Do you think? To a finish?
I mean, England are well short at the moment. I think they're about 60 odd runs short.
They are 66 behind, yes, well 66 runs short of winning the game with 6 wickets remaining. But if it's an evening like it is here,
yeah,
you feel like you could play well into the evening. Well into the evening.
I suppose they could. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, but I suppose they could ask to take. If they've got another 45 minutes left, they could ask to take the extra half an hour if they're maybe 20 or 30 runs short. Similarly, Sri Lanka could ask for an extra half an hour if they think they can. You know, if England are 8 down.
Yep.
We are going to see Shane Snater from the pavilion end, so we'll see a burst of 3, perhaps 4 overs. I don't think Porter will come back tonight for any more. Snater in, bowls, that's left alone. That just jagged back a little bit. Good lead from the batsman, right-handed Albert. He's pretty solid out there. First time I've seen him bat.
Yeah, he's I think he's somebody that does actually bat to the situation. He's 23 years old. He's still, you know, in the early career really, especially first class level. This is only his 8th championship game for Hampshire. As I say, came into the side as an opener earlier in the middle of the season, and immediately got 100 against Surrey. Now you don't do that against the likes of Worrell and co without being able to play.
This next delivery is gone through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
I think what he does do well, and he did very well in the Surrey game, is we all know Worrell bowls those beautiful away swingers. He left the ball outside off stump impeccably and earned himself 100, and it was very well deserved. And you're seeing here actually he does tend to leave the ball in these situations where there's just a bit of nibble around. He's a very good lever of the ball outside off stump, and that's absolutely ideal. He's not an opening bat, hasn't really been set up to do it, but he's come in and he's done a reasonable job.
Snater bowls again outside the off stump and left alone. There's no run.
So he has effectively this season, I mentioned the 100 against Surrey in his first innings as opening, and in fact it was actually his first game, so that was 3 games ago. Didn't have to bat in the second innings because Hampshire won the game comfortably. Didn't get any runs against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and only 20 and 18 against Kent. But that 100 shows that actually, while Ali Orr is missing, he's a more than adequate replacement.
Snater in bowls, and that's straighter, defended into the leg side by the batsman, and there's a dot ball.
something that Hampshire have been looking to have some solid openers. Fletcher Middleton looks like he's made one end his own. Toby Albert, who, as I say, only playing his 8th championship game. He averages 31 overall for Hampshire, which is okay as a start. One want to increase that a little bit, but it's okay.
Snater turns. He's in now. Ball's driven down the ground. This could be, well, this will be runs, but whether it's 4 or 3, we should find out. The fielder is in tow. No, it's gone over the boundary rope. Couldn't quite catch up to it. And a boundary for Albert. A little bit fuller from Snater. Didn't get any movement. Driven down the ground nicely by Albert. He goes to 14 off 57. Hampshire are 28 for 1.
In a good position to play that, wasn't he, really? Well forward, just a punch drive. Saw a lot of that from Dean Elgar yesterday. Just get on the front foot and just punch through the line. And Elgar played several of those shots, and you think, wow, that's gone to the boundary.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the quickest outfield either with the amount of rain we've had.
It seems to have, well, it's been hot sun for an hour and a bit. Continues to be.
Snater past the umpire, bowls to Albert, who is forward and drops this behind square on the offside to finish the over. So 7 overs remaining. Hampshire are 28 for 1. Essex declared on 438.
Well, it's been a tight session, isn't it, really? Since we got underway finally at 4:15 after a lot of rain this morning. Clouds eventually clearing. 36 overs of play, which means we've got another 7 to do, and it was always one where Hampshire had to make sure, and still do need to make sure, that they don't lose too many wickets tonight, otherwise that opens the door for Essex. So far they've done well, just losing the 1. Essex have made it as difficult as they can.
Yeah, they've been very, very watchful.
So Harmer around the wicket again to Gubbins. Still the man on the drive, still the short leg. Gubbins is forward again, showing not too much intent. He's still on 2. Albert's 14 now of 58 deliveries. Gubbins is 2 from 27. I did get an email earlier about the slow start from Hampshire. They're off the back foot there, Gubbins. He's found the gap square on the offside. Will pick up 2 for his trouble. An email a little earlier, suncricket@gmail.com. We were mentioning about, well, the innings has been slow, and certainly the start was slow. And Bob Gregory emailed me and said, is 9 the lowest score that Hampshire have ever scored after 10 overs? I mean, I'm not sure such records exist. They may do. Dave Allen would be the man on that. He'd be up all night trying to work that out. That's played into the ground and well fielded at short leg. If there are records around of that sort of note, I have no knowledge of that, but gosh, I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing there would have been equally as slow starts somewhere along the line. Harmer bowl slightly shorter this time. Gubbins whips that away, keeps a little low on him. It's fielded at short leg, fielded at mid wicket. 30 for 1 then Hampshire, replying to that Essex total of 438 for 8. Essex adding 34 of 34 deliveries before they decided to declare in the 109th over. Gubbins is forward, very watchful there. There is absolutely no turn there for Harmer whatsoever. He's just using different angles of flight and different paces to try and find a way through, but there is nothing off the pitch for him. Bowls again, maybe a bit of drift, but that's about all. Gubbins again works that to mid-wicket, and that's another over ticked off, which it very much feels like Hampshire have been doing that since they started their innings. 22 overs gone, they are 30 for 1.
Yeah, they've played nicely so far. Captain will be delighted if they can go back with just 1 wicket down at the end of the day's play. Just as a cloud gets in front of that sun, it's quite nice actually. Bit of relief from the sun. Didn't think I'd be saying that at what is it? What's the time? At 20 past 6, given what the weather we had this morning.
No. You're right. I think it's only a brief respite.
Yeah, weather forecast better tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's a good one tomorrow. Yeah, we'll get a full day in tomorrow.
Snater from the pavilion end bowls to Albert, who just defends into the offside, and there's no run. Run rate's 1.4, steaming along.
Well, it makes a difference from that 0.2 we had for a few overs at the start.
It certainly does, yeah.
It doesn't feel like a great improvement.
No. I suppose when you're scoring so slowly at the start, a boundary really does make a difference.
Yeah.
$30 for 1, Hampshire. 22.1 overs of their first innings so far. Driven but not timed. Toe end of the bat from Albert. Just dribbles out to that wide mid-on. And there's no run.
So you think there'd be no more Porter or Cook tonight? I know there's only 5 overs after this.
Yeah, yeah, there definitely won't be any more Cook. Porter might, I suppose if they get a wicket they might want to bring, but I mean obviously Harmer's twirling away from one end. Snater turns to run in past the umpire to the right-handed Albert, who defends, and there's no run.
So Cook's already had 2 spells, hasn't he? 8 overs, none for 11. Jamie Porter just the 1 spell, 6 overs, none for 4.
I mean, we were talking about getting an extra slip in there earlier. I'm just wondering whether they want to get a fielder right in the bowler's face, maybe a short cover, bring that man in at a wide mid on and just leave it open down the ground, see if he gets lured into playing a stroke. There's a short mid wicket for the mistimed drive on the leg side. That one's defended down towards backward point along the ground, and there's no run, but at the moment they're going nowhere, so I think Essex can probably afford to bring some fielders in.
Yeah, and it does feel as though to get another 19 wickets in just over 5 overs tonight and a minimum of 96 tomorrow, it does look a tall order.
It does. And that was the gamble that Essex took when they decided not to declare to try and get that extra batting bonus point. Fell 12 runs short. Snater to Albert, and that's onto the leg side this time, straight down the ground, and there's no run to middle on. $30-1.
Critchley, just thinking a bit of leg spin.
Yeah, I was thinking.
See.
Yeah, might put spin on from both ends. Just the 5 overs remaining after this. There's not really much beating the bat at the moment from a paceman's point of view. Snace is in now, bowls, and that's middle leg and turned away into the leg side, short mid-wicket fields. And that's the end of the over. 5 overs remaining, and Hampshire are 30 for 1.
No ball, that one.
Oh, it's no ball.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen it because the umpire turned sideways, so you wouldn't have seen his arm outstretched.
Not my fault, listener.
No.
32 for 1.
Not me, Gov.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just as he put his arm out, he just turned to the scorers, which were way to our right, so that meant that he was sideways onto us.
Sneaky. Snater bowls, and that one's defended by Albert down towards mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 32 for 1, just the 2 for the no ball off the over, and 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, Snater's predominantly angling the ball in, and really there doesn't seem to be a lot of pace off this pitch. He's predominantly medium pace anyway. And, yeah, I would, if it was me, I'd just give Critchley. I know there's nothing for Harmer, but he is a finger spinner. Critchley's more a wrist spinner, it might be just worth. But then, well, again, Dawson's a finger spinner, but there was nothing in the pitch for him. Did well to pick up a couple of wickets, but he bowled a lot of overs. But Harmer, it is straight up and down for him. Much to the batter's relief, really, because there has been times over the years when you go to Chelmsford and he's getting the ball to talk. So they're probably saying, do you know what, we'll take this. He's bowling to Gubbins again, who's forward. Might want to have a go at Albert. I'm sure he's already fed up of bowling at Gubbins. Albert's into his 4th over here. Still got those 2 close-in catches at slip and short leg. Gubbins again is well forward. not a lot of room really for Harmer to work with. He can't bowl it too short because it's not really coming off the pitch too quickly, so it gives Gubbins all the time in the world. He has to bring him forward, and Gubbins is able to smother it when he does. Comes in again, he's on the back foot this time, plays it into his boot. That's what got everybody excited. But that was about as much wrong with that shot as there was. No, there wasn't a lot wrong really. Just coming in with the arm. Long shadows now on the pitch from the players, right to left as we look. Oh, it's a quicker ball. Gubbins plays it from the crease, pushes it out to short mid off. So just over 4 overs left in the day's play. We, as we said, as we predicted at 4:15, we're going to get the whole 36 overs in. No, sorry, not 36. Well, actually, hang on a minute. That's pushed forward. I thought there was 36 overs left in the day.
There was. We had the 2 taken off for the change of...
Oh, so 28, wasn't it? Yeah, of course. No. Oh, 36 overs in the day, that's right. And then we had, that's right, I'm looking at it from the start of the Essex time. Yeah, sorry, yeah, 28 overs. Hampshire had. Harmer bowls and Gubbins is on the back foot. And yeah, all the time in the world, once that ball is short of a length, Gubbins no problem there. So, Gubbins is 4 from 38. And it is slow going, I'm afraid. There's no other way of putting it. There's no glossing it. It is slow going out there, but the overriding objective for Hampshire is not to get into a pickle tonight and be something like 30 for 3, which really would put them under pressure tomorrow. They've lost the 1. Fletcher Middleton, an inside edge to Shane Snater, well caught by Pepper behind the wicket. He went for 10, but that's the only blemish so far for Hampshire, and I think they'll be fairly happy if that is the case. David Brett's going to take a break. Gemma Green is coming in alongside me, former Hampshire women's player, who watch very well will be the final time tonight. Gemma, her one and only day today. She was looking forward to being on all day with everybody, and then was disappointed when 2 sessions were taken away from her.
Yeah, that's why I keep calling this the morning session.
Yes.
I do. I'm ready for another 2 sessions after this.
Well, you can stay behind
And
watch a picture feed rerun and just commentate to yourself. Now we've got Paul Walter, Tall Paul, with his left arm seamers.
Tall Paul.
Yes.
It was great. I don't know if you watched any of the over the winter, the Big Bash League. As he comes in, tall left arm, and that's very wide of off stump and straight through to the keeper, bit of a loosener. And I think that's where I'm sure he's been called Tall Paul in his life, but they had the crowd going, I say tall, you say Paul. And yeah, he very much captured the hearts over there.
Played a full campaign with the Manchester Originals as well.
So just 2 slips now. Albert on 14, Gubbins on 4. As Paul Walter comes in and from that tall height just bangs it in on a length. Albert just sees that off and no run. It's just pushed to Porter.
Sort of lollops back to his mark, doesn't he? He's 30 years old, which is not young in the pro game, but it's certainly, there's certainly a few more years left in him. But as he walks back to his mark, he looks as though he's about 36, 37.
It's a tall frame to carry off, isn't it? And he's getting off a medium length run up. And he's in, and it's on off stump and driven down the ground. They come through for a quick single. That's well run. We'll move on to 15. Hampshire have done well here. If they can see off this session further unscathed, they'll feel like they've done well to just lose 1 and have 19 wickets remaining tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, after the way Essex batted yesterday, chiefly, there was no way Hampshire were back in this game, not with the rain that we had today as well. It's all about survival.
It is, and they've not really given any chances. Essex have bowled some good balls, but there's not been any drops or anything like that. There's a couple of LB shouts as Walter comes into the left-handed Gubbins and turns that onto the leg side for another single. So yeah, it's not as if they're out there because they've been lucky or anything like that. They've they've battled the elements and the movement that has been on offer. Hampshire have battled that well.
He's not a prolific wicket taker or a prolific bowler in Championship cricket for Essex. He's playing his 49th Championship game for Essex, but he's only taken 28 wickets, and they've come at 37 apiece. That's his career.
Okay. He's bustling in again. Right hand, left hand combination. This time it's Albert on strike, and that's back of a length, and he just rocks onto the back foot and caresses that through the offside. It won't go all the way. A comeback for 2 and possibly 3. So good over for Hampshire so far. .113. So getting the scoreboard ticking along a little bit, as Paul Walters probably having a bit of a loosener this over. That was again wide of off stump. And he's having to bowl to the left-hander again, so they're rotating the strike well. As he's bowling left arm over to both batters. Into Gubbins. On leg stump and clipped off his hips backward of square on the leg side. Another single. 4 scoring shots off the over. Hampshire are 38 for 1.
6 off it. That's a massive over.
Yeah.
The context of this is. That's huge. Look, I think they're going to finish it off tonight in the Test match up at Manchester, because they are 171 for 4. They need another 33. Now, Joe Root is 43 not out, but that's taken up 96 balls. But Jamie Smith is 32 from 39. So he looks like he might want to try and finish it off tonight. Are they really going to? I don't know what the weather's like up there. I don't know. I think you've got the pictures, David. Does it look bright up there? Yeah, he looks. Yeah. He thinks it's all right. They'll probably go for a finish there tonight, won't they? Now they're trying to get the ball changed here. Are Essex, and Martin Saggers has the ball in hand, and he's now making his route over to square leg at the far end, where Ian Blackwell will come in. And who's got the gauge? Somebody's got the gauge. And in fact, they didn't even meet. They were walking towards each other, and then within a gap of about 5 yards, they both turned away from each other. Because I think Martin Saggers has got the gauge, and as he was walking over, the ball obviously went through okay. Ian Blackwell saw it and said, no, there's no point in us talking, mate. There's no point in us wasting any time here. Let's just go back, which they've done. So it's the same ball. Now, we did say yesterday that the ball used yesterday, or the first one and the second one, not changed, which is unusual.
It is in this day.
Harmer's forward, or Gubbins is forward to a new over from Harmer. He's got a silly mid-off in now.
They've been using a variety, well, not a variety, only two varieties of balls this year, haven't they? Because they had that year, was it a couple of years ago, when balls were being changed all across the country every few overs, it seemed.
It was ridiculous. Gubbins is back to a fullish length delivery, but he gets a bat on it.
And they've gone with they bowled certain games in the championship this year with the Duke's ball, didn't they? And some with the Kookaburra. They've sort of as a.
Well, they say that the Kookaburra ball just goes soft early on, but doesn't go out of shape. So you bowl an awful lot of overs with it soft, but it always stays round. That's pushed square on the leg side.
So it goes through the gauge because it just sort of melts through it, just squishes
it does,
through.
Yeah, it's just mould it through the shot. But I'm not sure well, one or two I speak to her, but totally enamoured with the Kookaburra. But as I say, the one plus point is it does hold its shape, even though it goes soft quick. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's beautifully bowled by Harmer. He just let it go, and the ball just hung out there, and it drew Gubbins into a forward shot, and it's pitched, and it's beaten the shot through to Pepper. That is the skill of Simon Harmer. In again, it's floated, but it's a little too full, this one, and too straight, allowing Gubbins to drive up to mid-off. Such confidence, Simon Harmer, with the ball. He's taken over 450 championship wickets for Essex at 22 apiece, which is an amazing for a spinner. That's turned square on the leg side. 39 for 1. He's playing his 99th championship game for Essex today, or in this game. 2 overs left in the day. Hampshire are 399 runs behind on the first innings. Remember, 289 runs they have to get to save the follow-on.
So we can continue with Paul Walter from the pavilion end for the last over from that end of the day. Essex got 12 balls here to pick up a wicket they would dearly love. Be Nick Gubbins on strike. Got 2 slips and a gully. A man on the drive either side. That's just a few spectators. They're moving from behind the bowler's arm.
They're about the only spectators in the ground.
Yeah, it's not like there's not anywhere else to sit, is there? Walter to Gubbins in, and again wide of off stump. Keeper takes that diving to his left. Michael Pepper. That's a dot ball.
That looked like a bit of shape on that.
It did.
Actually. It looked like it swung away from the left-hander.
It looked like it pitched about six inches outside of off stump, and say the keeper took it diving low to his left, a bit like the catch we saw earlier.
Mm.
In again. 11 balls left in the day. Walter. That's a straighter ball. Not as much movement that time, left alone outside the off stump. Hampshire more than happy to leave anything they don't have to play at this stage. I think the weather's set fair for tomorrow, isn't it? So should get the full full day's play tomorrow.
Yeah, Hampshire got work to do tomorrow. Certainly that first session in the morning, otherwise they're under pressure for the rest of the day. But what we've seen today...
Walter in again, carbon copy, left alone outside the off.
I mean, they bowl well. Essex have bowled well. They've got about as much out of this wicket as they could get tonight. But Hampshire have still only lost 1 wicket. So you would hope that Hampshire should be able to see through tomorrow with few alarms. It's not turning for Harmer. There's a little bit of seam movement there, but not much.
England need 31 now to win up Old Trafford. Still 4 down, so it's still Smith and Root at the crease. As here at the Utility Bowl, Walters into Gubbins, full ball. There's a moan and groan from the Essex boys. They're happy with that delivery, but Gubbins just plays that out onto the offside for no run.
You feel like we could play for another hour here, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Easy.
The shadows are getting long, but yeah, blue sky, sun still shining brightly into our eyes. Walter in. Good ball. Blocked by Gubbins for no run. So better over than his last one when we saw prolific 6 runs off it, 4 scoring shots. He started with 5 dots here as he's going to bowl the final over from the pavilion end for today. He's different to Snater, who's slow back to his mark.
It's like an old man walking down.
And he comes in past Blackwell. Bowls, and that's on leg and flicked onto the leg side. Gubbins picks up a single. So he'll retain strike and move on to 9. Hampshire are 41 for 1. 1 over to go.
That's right. 27 negotiated. That's the 1 wicket that has fallen. And Hampshire will try and make sure that there will be no more come the end of the day. Well, we finished just after 7 o'clock last night. We are getting towards 6:45 just after before we finish tonight, but a total of 148 overs have already been taken out of this game, which effectively is a day and a half, isn't it? Just over a day and a half in terms of the number of overs lost. Whole of the first day lost, 2 sessions lost here today. Right, Harmer then, with the last 6 balls, crowd in the bat with a short leg and silly mid-off, and they are very close. As Gubbins prods forward, they are so close they could almost shake hands with Nick Gubbins. They could almost reach out and touch him. But that's because there is so little bounce for the off-spinner that even if there was to be a bat pad, you wouldn't expect it to be popping up very high, so they need to be in close. I'm not sure I'd be that comfortable. That's pushed out into the ground on the offside. There's close and... I mean, look at the short leg. If Gubbins was to play a sweep there, he's going to feel the wind at the end of the bat.
I think he's fairly confident that Gubbins is going to leave that shot in the locker for today.
I think you're right. Now, Wesley is having a word with Harmer. Probably saying, look, I think we should have somebody else close in. Looks like somebody else is going close in. We are now going to have a slip and a gully.
Oh, the two fielders under the lids have also swapped sides.
Some of the crowd's slow hand clapping. Oh, there's a few to our right. There's a group to our right. Look at them. That's turned into the ground on a short leg. Oh, they're trying to whip up some atmosphere. There is about 8 of them, all sat close together, just to our right, in front of the scoreboard. And everybody know that there's at least a few people watching. That's outside the off stump. Gubbins happily leaving that one alone. Try to generate atmosphere where there really isn't any. But they're doing a pretty good job. 2 balls left of the day. I don't know if they've come out of the wedding. There's a wedding downstairs. I don't know if one or two of them have come out of there for a moment. That's pushed into the ground. They got excited to that little group away to our right. There was never any chance of a catch. So last ball of the day. Hampshire 40 for 1. Harmer taking his time as he walks back to his mark, contemplating what the next ball's going to be. Here we go then. Bowls, and Gubbins is forward, and that's easily dealt with, and that is the end of day 3. And it's a maiden over for Simon Harmer, and it sees Hampshire 40 for 1 with Toby Albert 18 not out from from 69 balls. Gubbins is 8 not out from 58. The one wicket that fell, Fletcher Middleton for 10. He used up 43 balls. Now you could say in the context of the game, using up all those deliveries is actually the right thing to do, which it was. But there was some very good Essex bowling, which once they got the line right, did put the Hampshire openers especially under a lot of pressure. Same Snater with the 1 wicket. Got Middleton caught behind off an inside edge, 1 for 15 from 6 overs. Porter wicketless from 6 overs. So too Sam Cook. So just the 36 overs today, which got underway at 4:15. Essex extended their first innings from 404 for 8 to 438 for 8 declared. Hampshire negotiated the 28 overs that they needed to do for the loss of Fletcher Middleton. So, and they are 398 runs behind in the game, and will need to bat most, if not all, of the day tomorrow to make sure they save it. Thank you very much, Gemma Green.
Thank you for having me.
Short, sharp stint from you today. Thank you, David Brett. He's back tomorrow from BBC Essex. I'll be back tomorrow. Stanley Marissa will be with us as well. So join us just before 11 o'clock.